Hello, everybody. Morning, y'all. Actually, a bit early today. Hello, Lennon. Hello, Freaky Crap. How are you guys doing today? Sorry, just getting some final touches down here. Hey, Lennon. There's a guy in the Discord who wants to learn about Marxism. I think you might be right up that one's alley at some point. I am good, guys. We got a lot to go over today, but not as bad as it's been. We're gonna focus a bit more on international stuff today. What's up, Jen and Alex? Before we move on to like the actual international stuff, because we're gonna talk about Argentina. It seems to me, at least, the right in the United States is really trying to base the plan for what they want the U.S. to look like in a couple years off of Argentina and what Javier Milei did, even though that was disastrous for the people of Argentina. It actually did end up being good for the wealthy, the bourgeoisie, of course, which is, you know, the only people that they really care about benefiting. But I want to touch on some stuff in the UK and in Australia as well as some New Zealand and stuff happening in Hong Kong. So overall, broadly a international related stream today, but that does not mean that we don't still have important US related shit to cover. So I suppose we'll jump right into it, starting with some good news. I would say that this is good news at the very least. Actually, I would say this is very good news at the very least. Yes, Comrade Trump, he's the bringer of the good news, eh? God damn it, I really need to fix that chat box. In the time being, we're going to do what we were doing yesterday, in that chat now goes here, or not. There we go.
We're going to begin this hour with a potentially seismic court fight in the world of tech. Bloomberg reporting the Justice Department plans to ask a judge by tomorrow to force Google's parent company to sell Chrome, its popular internet browser. That's after a landmark ruling in August found that the company had created an illegal monopoly on search engines, a decision that Google does plan to appeal. CBS
Gotta love those antitrust laws. It is absolutely an illegal monopoly. It does absolutely make all of our use of the internet much more convenient, but like Google controls essentially the entire like traffic of the internet. Almost 3/4 of all internet traffic go through not only Chrome, but Google. Well, I mean, this is still
correspondent Kelly O'Grady has
Biden's DOJ at the moment, so.
More on this and what it could mean for you. Kelly, good morning.
Well, good morning to you all. And, you know, this is really interesting because this would be one of the remedies to get rid of that monopoly. And while the DOJ declined to comment, I spoke to Google and it said, quote, the DOJ continues to push a radical agenda. This would harm consumers, developers, and American technological leadership.
Says the company who does not want to get broken up via antitrust. No, this would not harm consumers. This might harm the developers who work at Google, and the amount of money that they get paid would be lessened, sure. No, it would not reduce any sort of technological leadership. Competition drives growth, drives like innovation. A lack of competition, a monopoly market drives stagnation. So.
Agenda. This would harm consumers, developers, and American technological leadership. Now, Chrome accounts for more than 50% of the browser market, and Google is its default search engine. If the tech giant is forced to sell, that integration goes away. Now, for Chrome users, the difference...
The wealthy are all Republicans and libertarians. By the way, that number of 54%, that's just the market share of the internet browser for Chrome, not counting the share of how much of the internet browser market, including both Chrome and Google together make up, is a massive amount. It's bigger than that. But even just off of Google's market share as of October, more than half the market to one company is ridiculous.
Integration goes away. Now, for Chrome users, the difference would be relatively minor. Instead of Google being your default search engine, you just have to go to google.com. But for the company...
Oh, yes, this will harm the consumer so much. You know, I have to type in google.com before I can search. Whatever shall I do? The productivity time lost alone.
A substantial blow. Owning the #1 browser provides critical user
I blame
data
Obama
its
for this.
advertising. Further, as artificial intelligence becomes more integrated into search, any restrictions
Can
could
we not
prevent
do
Google's
that?
chance of being a market leader. Now, the judge will not make an official decision until August of next year, but he could go against the DOJ recommendations and pursue a different course altogether. There is a potential wild card. So President-elect Trump will take office before
Yes, the smile of, yeah, no, none of this is actually going to happen because Donald Trump doesn't like antitrust. In fact, he's gone out and said, oh no, corporate mergers are back in like a big way. In fact, anyone that was really holding off on whether or not they were going to give it a go or not, because Lena Khan and the FTC, as well as Biden's DOJ, were really cracking down on consolidation of industry. Whether, like, I mean, Lena Khan sued Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, like, there isn't a company or industry that she didn't sue. So they were all definitely holding off, waiting for after the presidency. It really wouldn't have mattered much in that who won, because Kamala Harris likely wouldn't have kept Lena Khan either, considering most of her donors are also the same rich people that would benefit from nobody being in charge of the FTC. But yes, now is a hell of a time to invest in big business. Although I would say you're a bit late on that already. It would have been before the election. However, I feel like if you have the money now and you invest, you're still going to make a decent chunk of profit. Private prison stocks have gone up like more than 150%, I think.
An appeal process. While the case was originally filed during his first administration, he's since expressed skepticism about Google being broken up.
Hello, Exhale.
It's going to be interesting. I'd like to be able to click and it's there. That's what I want. Kelly, that's what I want to know. Can I just click and it's there?
Well, look, I said about 100%. This is from the 11th, so it could possibly, about a week out of date. But after the election, Tesla stock went up 40%, whereas Taser gun parent company went up 40%. Prison companies like Core Civic and Geo Group all went up 76 and 75% within a week of election day, and it's been about a week since then. So God knows at this point.
Do I have to go through another step to get to it?
I think the whole internet offers that.
Yeah. Fair point, Tony.
It is interesting thinking about the ripple effect.
Yes.
Because there's so much at stake when it comes to the user information. Like you said, with the emergence of artificial intelligence.
God, I fucking hate AI. All right, so, hello, Certified Garbage, welcome. And same to you, Precosmos and OM9. So, no, I don't think that the US is done for. I think we're definitely in for some dark times. I think there's a chance that maybe we pull out of, like, the nosedive. Maybe. I wouldn't throw in the towel yet. However, it's not looking good. And I did say even just yesterday that, like, at this point, even, like, knowing I don't like China's government. I would not like to live under the Chinese, like, political system. However, they would absolutely be a more stable and functional government than whoever the hell, like, the Trump administration, or however they're going to run. But to be fair, really, how different will it be from a Chinese-run government anyway, considering China owns Putin, Putin owns Elon, Elon owns Trump, and so on and so on and so on. And yes, Trump will give you Ukraine, OM9, if he gets the chance. However, Europe might stop them. We'll see. Ukraine might not be entirely over, considering we were just talking about yesterday how England is talking about sending boots on the ground if America backs out, and like military production, like industrializing and rearming Europe has been kind of on the board all year, and they are really stepping it up now, especially now that, you know, Trump is the presumed new president. And I could just call you Garb. That works too. We were discussing this in another stream. Like a lot of people are discussing it right now because it is a prescient question in that how different, like, first of all, like the main issue that we have from the American perspective with the Chinese government is the reduction in civil liberties and like free speech, freedoms, and censorship and monitoring and all of this. How much different will that functionally be under the Trump administration anyway is a good question. But economically, like, yeah, we're cooked. That, at the very least, I could comfortably say economically, the US is cooked. We're going to talk about it when we get into Argentina. It will result in some short-term gains. Long-term will be very, very bad. And even the gains, they're not going to affect you unless you're a wealthy business owner. The bourgeoisie benefit, as always. The moment tariffs are imposed on the EU, BRICS creates their own currency. Well, it could even predate that. Genuinely pre-Cosmos, they have a lot of things they could do. They might just default on the U.S. debt before he even takes office. Yeah, look, we'll see how it goes. There's honestly, like, we've done quite a lot of pondering on what could happen and where this could end up and how the economic fallout for everybody might look. But at this point, there's too many variables to guess. We have a general idea of the various different ways that this could go. Whether or not it actually leads into anything is in which direction, whether it leads to anything in any specific direction is yet to be seen. Now, we were talking about aliens yesterday. We watched some of the UFO hearings. And I remember pulling up this little, like, drone footage in New Jersey yesterday. And, like, us giggling about it, it was just, fucking aliens, everyone's lost their minds. They sent a Black Hawk helicopter after this stupid drone because they didn't know what it was. That's how much we've lost our minds on this alien shit this week, is the New Jersey, I guess, like, National Guard or the military sent a Black Hawk helicopter to follow this drone around for up to 2 hours.
For over 2 hours.
It's just a drone, man. It's just a drone. It's not an alien. No, like, it was a drone. It wasn't an airplane, because it looks like an airplane from camera and with the lights and stuff, but drones have to have those too. It's not high enough for it to be an airplane, and it would have shown up on this if it was an airplane anyway. It was a drone. People have them now, they're not, it's not like 2005. They're not in existence, not 2012 where they cost like, $2,000 to have one. People have drones. I have the same problem I'm having yesterday, where I have a bunch of different topics to talk about, and they all vary in level of depression and importance. And I'm trying to decide which ones are, what order to put them in. Here, let's go with something funny and cope. Elon Musk wants to sue Twitch for not advertising Twitter on the platform. So, yes, so now Elon is suing Amazon. We already knew this, by the way. This was one of the reasons why the right was really on board with the FTC prior to the election. Not just like they hated all of what the FTC does, but they really liked Lena Khan in the rhetoric that they would use is how she attacks and polices the tech companies, the social media companies, ignoring Elon Musk in this equation. Even Elon would say this kind of stuff. And the reason they would say this kind of thing is they want to moderate and regulate all the other social media companies and bring them more in line with how Elon Musk likes to run Twitter. They want every social media company to be Twitter. They want Nazis running around freely. They want, kinda. Like, they want to run all of it in the way that they want, and they want no policing. Like, one of the big reasons Elon Musk doesn't get along with, Zuckerberg is because of this, is because of the fact that, people went to Zuckerberg's social media to get away from the Nazis. That wouldn't be possible if they were everywhere, which seems to be the genius 1,000 IQ plan that these people have, is, well, people won't be able to escape my social media site if every social media site is just like it. Bezos didn't get his backroom cabal deal, did he? I'm sure he did. He's still going to be incredibly wealthy after this. None of this will like negatively financially impact Bezos. Think about the fact that, like, let's say this lawsuit goes through. Let's say that Elon Musk wins this lawsuit, right? Hypothetically, what would be the outcome of this? Do you think that it would financially impact Bezos, like negatively to the point where it actually matters to him? Again, this is the second richest person in the world being sued by the first richest person in the world. Very little economic, like financial harm is going to come to him. The only thing that this would do is it would legally change the way that not only the law is structured around social media law and the censorship on social media sites, but also just kind of pushes that forward. That's the thing, like win or lose, Jeff Bezos doesn't lose much here. If he loses this lawsuit, okay, he has to pay a little bit of money, maybe like a non-noticeable amount of money even. And then his social media site, like Twitch, what we're on currently, becomes less censored. That's the only like negative outcome here. Whereas Elon Musk wins either way. He gets publicity. It makes no real difference. What the U.S. party needs, the U.S. needs is a communist party. Well, we have the SDA, the Socialist Democrats of America, who've been getting significant bump in their attendance to their local meetings since the election. Not to say that they're worth much of anything. We need a lot more than just a communist party. We need a proper system in place that not only incentivizes political like action and activity and engagement from the general population, but also like honesty, real good faith engagement. If Bezos goes under, so does Twitch. Well, Bezos isn't going to go under, but Twitch might be very much censored within a year from now. Look, I mean, they're talking about taking down dissidents online. Twitch already made it against terms of service to refer to criticism of Israel with a specific terminology recently. The censorship has always been much more on Twitch than it is on YouTube, which is why I stream both on Twitch and on YouTube. The issue with YouTube is much less of like a live streamer environment, difficulty in getting viewers, and also they're harder on copyright. So it's a matter of which way we're less cooked at the moment. Infiltrate the Democrats and change the party name. That's how we'll bring back CPUSA. Well, I mean, infiltrate the Democrats is my main go-to of what you can do to fix the country, is go run for office. I'm going to keep saying it. There's a calc where you can find out how much your stream costs Twitch. I did not know that. Probably not much for me. Doesn't matter, though. Regardless, like, this is a nothing lawsuit that could very much potentially become a something outcome, but it's not about the outcome. The lawsuit is just, it's really just publicity. All of this is kind of included in the platform for the Trump administration anyway. It's all part of Project 2025 anyway. They don't need to put these lawsuits out. They're going to do it through the government. It's just publicity. I saw this just a minute before stream started, and I did not actually understand what the hell this was on about. So we're gonna watch it, and you're gonna deal with me trying to figure out what the hell they're talking about. Kentucky City will no longer exist after voters dissolve the government. I can understand like the city government maybe not existing, but why does Kentucky City not exist? This I do not understand.
Town will soon be no more. An audit from Election Day confirmed that Bonneville, Kentucky voted to dissolve their local government by only 7 votes.
Yep, it was close. It's leaving residents with many questions on what will happen to City Hall, the roads, the street lights. It's all happening in northern Hart County, where Bonneville is located, a community where just over 2...
And then we're all going to end up in the same goddamn situation again, Lennon, but from the other side. And then you'll be coming to anarchists like me saying, sorry, we were wrong.
100 Kentuckians call home. Jose Alonso has the story.
And I'm not quite an anarchist,
Just off
but
I-65, you'll see
I mean,
a welcome
it's
sign for
Kentucky.
Bonnieville, Kentucky.
Freaky crap, it's Kentucky. That's what's going on with Kentucky. But like, the fuck? I still don't understand how dissolving the government leads to the city no longer existing.
Streetlights, it's all happening in northern Hart County, where Bonnieville is located, a community where just over 200 Kentuckians call home. Jose Alonso has the story.
Just off I-65, you'll see a welcome sign for Bonnieville, Kentucky, which was established in 1958. But by next month, it'll be removed. So will the banners hung up on light poles on the main road.
We're making history.
I'm a libertarian socialist, but that comes from some anarchist theory, but like I haven't read the theory, so I guess that's where the anarchy comes from. But yeah, I would much rather take anarchy over Marxist-Leninism.
History, but we're making history.
This map shows the current city limits of Bonnieville, but within the next 29 days, this map will be irrelevant as the city will dissolve and become part of Hart County.
On Election Day, residents believed a majority voted against dissolving the city.
That makes sense. It's just clickbait. Dissolving the city is the clickbait. It's just they're merging with their neighboring city. That makes much more sense. Fucking clickbait. Look, I like the revolution might come, Lenin. I will stand by my beliefs in that violent revolution will only lead us down the exact same path that led us here. Might take a little bit longer, and we really do need to do a stream on like anarchy overall at some point. I'm gonna see maybe if we have a slow news week next week, I might dedicate like one full stream to let's cover like theory. I know a few people have been asking me to like talk about Marxism and define socialism in more clear and specific detail, and we can do that. And I mean, if you'll come on and debate like with voice, sure. I'm not gonna debate like this though. If you want to debate Marxist-Leninism versus like libertarian socialism, I'm happy to do that though. Okay. Let's get into some of the not so fun stuff that has happened overnight. So if you've been watching me, you know we've been talking about all of the anti-trans stuff that has been building up, and you know, like I've been calling it a genocide that was in the making. It was already a genocide for a while now, but it's
and
now
Republican Congresswoman
reaching new levels. The push for trans bathroom bans has now made its way into the halls of Congress. For some fucking reason, this is what Congress thinks they should be worried about. And Base Lenin, we'll organize that on Discord after. But Nancy Mace, the person we covered yesterday, not only when she was making a joke about Matt Gaetz being a pedophile, but then also saying that she believes that Matt Gaetz would be a great AG. So she's the one that did this.
And Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace has introduced a bill in the House that would ban transgender women from using women's restrooms at the Capitol. Earlier, she was asked whether it's a response to the first ever trans representative elected to Congress. Here's her response.
Yes, and absolutely, and then some. I'm not going to stand for a man, if someone with a penis is in the women's locker room.
So, Jay, what are other Republicans saying about this bill, and is it...
I don't care what the Republicans are saying about this bill. The fact that this is what they have all three houses, they have the entire government, they have gotten literally everything they want, and they still will not stop complaining. They still won't stop whinging. And again, this is not about bathrooms. This is not about kids and sports. None of that is what they care about. This is about hatred and extermination. They just fucking hate trans people. By the way, this bill is likely to succeed. I'm told Speaker Mike Johnson is committed to Nancy Mace that he will not allow trans women in women's bathrooms and locker rooms in the Capitol next year by adding a provision to the House rules package. Mace is still reserving this is all regarding the one singular trans person that we elected to Congress. And that's the thing is they often don't think about trans men, absolutely. But there is no trans man in Congress. There's only one trans person in Congress, and it's the trans woman that got elected this time around. It's actually like the smallest possible issue for Congress to care about right now. It literally affects one person in a country of 350 million. One person. But that's what they're worried about. And like, as I've been saying, yes, like, trans issues are important, and it's important to not minimize them. But really, the fact that this is what Republicans focus on so often, I can describe it in no way other than nobody cares. This affects a very small amount of people. They just create this panic because they have no actual policies that anyone gives a shit about. And again, as we talked about yesterday, Brianna Wu still not having learned her lesson after having to talk about how she would literally kill herself if it came to her having to give up her HRT when Donald Trump takes office and cuts all access to trans healthcare on day one. Now she's saying that she has to defend trans women in bathrooms and blaming trans activists for having to do this. Again, the amount of idiocy it takes to think that this wouldn't, I mean, yes, we have the joke, you know, like I voted for the leopards will eat my face party, and then the leopards ate my face. This goes beyond that, right? This is, surely Brianna Wu knows, first of all, that, like, Republicans hate trans people. She's been doing this for a while. She is a grifter. She's well aware of this. But, like, the idea that she would be safe? How stupid. How much mental gymnastics does a person have to do? It's like, it's legitimately like a Nazi in Nazi Germany. Sorry, a Jew in Nazi Germany saying, oh, well, you know, if I serve like Herr Himmler really well, then maybe I won't get sent to the death camp. Motherfucker, you're getting sent to the death camp too. They don't care if you're useful to them or not. They hate you. The most diverse group of representatives to get their legislation blocked. Brianna Wu is, like, at this point, I'm questioning whether this is grifter or just, like, a denial on a level so large that it would break her fundamental access to, like, how she views reality, to accept that, no, really, all of them really just fucking hate her. And we covered this a bit yesterday, just off the top of it, but we didn't go into detail about the 32 anti-trans bills just in Texas that are planned on the first day. Well, no, so that's the thing, freaky crap, is oftentimes it is rage bait with her, but, like, now her life is on the line. Like, I believed her when she made the post saying that she would kill herself without access to trans healthcare, because that's what the statistics say. Like, the math over decades has said exactly that. So her life is actually on the line. Like, how much rage bait could it be? And also, we've seen this with, there was a January 6ther who was a trans woman who got arrested and got sent to prison, and they sent her to a men's prison, and then she was emailing people like Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene asking for help being moved to a women's prison. Unfortunately, like, the brain rot just doesn't allow them to get past that level of surface level thinking. So one bill, HB 1123, seemingly would require that every student athlete in the state of Texas get a chromosome test. Well, that doesn't sound Hitlerian at all. Just right off the bat. A student may not compete in interscholastic athletic competitions designated for a particular biological sex if the student's chromosomal sex is not met. So this basically also throws intersex people off the table. If you're born with even a minor genetic, like, differentiation, that would technically qualify you to be intersex, even though that there isn't a let's say, a noticeable physical characteristical difference, then this would still disqualify you from playing any kind of sports. Again, by the way, none of this is actually about sports. This is just the easiest target that they can start off with. It's you know, all queer people, really, they say, but they focus it into trans people first, are pedophiles and groomers, and then they go into the sports and then the bathrooms. But then after this, then it's queer people broadly, because it was just queer people broadly before gay marriage got legalized, and it was much easier to just do this exact thing about gay people. It became harder to do it about gay people, so they moved on to the next easiest target, which was trans people. Another bill, HB 239, would mirror the Florida bathroom ban and would bar trans people from using bathroom in public facilities, including parks, rest stops, public hospitals, and even the airport. This also includes adults. Texas may particularly be poised to go after bathrooms this year. Odessa, we covered that earlier, put in the $10,000 bounty for people who find and report trans folk in the bathroom, which ironically is going to result in non-trans people feeling the brunt of that more than anything else, because all this incentivizes is people to go like hunting for like trans people in the bathrooms because they think they're going to get money out of it. Speaking of bounties, HB 1075 would allow any individual in drag at a pride parade to be sued for $5,000. How would 239 even be successful in deterring trans people from going to public bathrooms? Well, partially it would be successful in scaring people. Not so much successful in actually producing any effect through the ability to police such a law. It's just scare tactics. It's fear mongering. A lot of these laws are created in the same way that like Jim Crow laws existed post Civil War in the US, in that, like, sure, black people had like freedom and some form of civil rights, but you didn't want to get caught in the wrong part of town at the wrong time of day. There was just added levels of risk, added levels of danger that generally, like, you might not even notice. You might never come face to face with any of these issues, especially depending on where in the country and where in the states that you live. But all of this is just designed to create more little barriers that you have to pass. You better believe some Rent-A-Cop is gonna start something over it. That as well, oh my God, Sticks. There are absolutely people that are just like, in Odessa right now, where that bounty's already passed, there's people that just hang out by bathrooms looking for, I don't know, someone they can clock in their head as a trans person to go like harass. However, we know, just based on like lots of not only anecdotal evidence, but I'm pretty sure there's studies on it, that like most people can't tell someone's trans just by looking at them. So again, this oftentimes just results in people of all sex, gender, and everybody in between being harassed. Now, another bill, Senate Bill 86, would require any gay straight alliance club to get parental permission for students to join or attend, forcibly outing anyone who goes to one. Yup, these kinds of policies were common in the 90s, but they are illegal under the Equal Access Act. Essentially, this prevents school-age kids from being able to join community organizations in their school, in which they, are taught things that, you know, go against the grooming and indoctrination that the school will forcibly be teaching you now, as well as their general, like, right-wing parents. But also just not being able to form community is another form of exterminationist tactics. We covered this yesterday, in fact. Let me just pull up the actual document I had up of the ways in which a genocide can be defined. The ability for people to have any form of community around them involves steps from 1 to 3, as well as 4. All of the, and really, realistically, it also points into extermination. But yeah, this is absolutely exterminationist. Welcome back, Garb. Now, Senate Bill 84 would also strip trans people of legal recognition of their gender on all government documents. Right, okay. Biological difference between the sexes are enduring and may in some circumstances warrant the creation of separate social, educational, athletic, or other spaces in order to ensure individuals' safety and allow members of each sex to succeed and thrive. Inconsistencies in court rulings. And yeah, well, this is why I've been telling you guys to go change all of your ID documents now while you still can. You may never be able to again. Not in whatever state you might live in, especially if you live in a red state. Definitely not in Texas now. And they will be trying to do this kind of stuff nationwide. I definitely don't think they have the power to like reverse a change that you've made, partially because they're not that competent, especially not if they're going to fire all the bureaucrats in government to be able to go and find all of that. Go change your ID documents now. Go change your gender markers if you're trans before they take away your right to do so. And it would also codify women needs separate social, educational, and athletic or other spaces. By the way, this bit here is going to be used to create some form of segregationist policy around just like women and men in general, because we know overall, especially in places like Texas, the goal isn't only to exterminate trans people and then queer people overall, but it is to bring the culture back into a Christian theocracy, Southern, like white nationalist era type mindset. And all of these are partially included in that. Now, Texas hasn't been really one of the leaders in that form of mindset. Texas has mainly just been the we hate immigrants and the queers. That's been mostly Midwest type religious rhetoric, but that has now essentially become the main talking points around the entire Republican Party. At least when it comes to domestic policy, they've all consolidated. So it makes very little difference at this point, whether you're in Texas or Utah. Funny enough, Utah was actually one of the only red states to shift slightly blue during the election. And so, yeah, Texas was the first. We're going to see quite a lot more of these passing very, very, very soon. They, I mean, they weren't exactly hiding their eagerness to do so from the very beginning. I'm honestly surprised that we haven't seen them just lining them up back to back to back to back to back already. Now, what else do we got here? Ografel will get challenged quickly, and we'll be back to stupid arguments about gay and lesbians. I don't think that there will be much of the ability to challenge anything. OMG sticks. You assume that we're going to have the same kind of government that still functions in the same way that we do now. And I just genuinely do not believe that. Okay, now we're gonna go back and forth a bit after this. I just want to touch on this one right here, and then we'll move to some other international news. But I want you guys to understand what the impact of a lack of FEMA funding, a lack of weather service, like the the North Atlantic Weather Organization, the people that make the big weather maps that tell you about the storms. We talked about this a lot during Milton, as well as Helene, how part of Project 2025's goal was to not only defund these public programs, but to privatize them so that they are easily manipulated by companies who benefit from misinformation about weather events, but also can mitigate the impact that the news about these weather events can create around people wanting more regulation around environmentalism. But have you ever guys heard about a bomb cyclone? Because I hadn't until this video.
Place that is going to get quite a bit of weather. Live now to Portland. It's raining now as that city braces for potential flooding this week. A bomb cyclone and an atmospheric river will combine on the West Coast. So, Jess, you know what a bomb cyclone is as it...
So, countdown for 2 days, Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to start talking about how the Democrats are going to bomb Portland with a cyclone that they created alongside the Jews.
Gets ready to collide. Tell us.
Well, let's talk about bomb cyclones, a term that you may hear a lot during the winter storm season. But what exactly are they? Well, a bomb cyclone is essentially just a rapidly intensifying storm, and here's how it works. When air rises in the atmosphere, it creates a vacuum effect like you see over the Pacific Northwest. It lowers the atmospheric pressure, and then it strengthens the storm. In this process...
We're talking about how Portland's about to get bombed by the weather. Popchevsky. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Accelerates.
And Mew and Espeon are still my favorite Pokemon, Garb.
The air that's rising faster and faster, causing that pressure within the storm to drop significantly. So if the barometric pressure falls by at least 24 millibars in just 24 hours, the storm undergoes what us meteorologists call bombogenesis, becoming a bomb cyclone.
Bombogenesis. That's a scary word when it comes to weather. I hope you guys enjoy this, by the way, before you never, ever, ever get to hear accurate weather reporting again in the United States.
Stronger winds, heavier rain and snow, more severe weather impacts, just like what we're beginning to see over
No, we're not getting nuked by Russia. We're going to go over that too. No one's getting nuked. I talked about this yesterday at length again, but no, especially not. And again, very base that we actually let Ukraine hit them with our long-range missiles.
Pacific Northwest
Umbreon is sick too.
Now, this system can bring extreme weather conditions that require extra preparation and awareness. And as always, we're going to keep you updated here on CBS News 24/7 for updates.
I'm trying to show you my Umbreon, but I have to really get up there without accidentally flashing you. Can you see that? Nah. I'm gonna rely on Ryan Hall, y'all, from now on. Well, honestly, like, it's not just you. The more I see data, everybody is relying on the internet for news. Like, almost nobody gives a shit what these people have to say anymore. The Jimmy Neutron meme where Vladimir Putin shows his nukes for show and tell for the 100th time, literally, that kind of is what it is. He'll just keep making threats. Has he followed through on any of them? No. First of all, remember what Putin said last time regarding, like, when we were discussing the ability for us to give Ukraine permission to use long-range missiles, and Putin's response to this was anything like this would be considered a direct act of, like, NATO aggression versus Russia. Like, this would equivocate to America declaring war on Russia. Bullshit. A, didn't happen, obviously. B, if that was the case, the response they had after Ukraine hit them with American long-range missiles would have been vastly different than what it was. They have no sauce. They have no ability to actually do anything. If, like, right now, for the 100th time, the only thing that they could do in response to, I don't know, like, America declaring war on Russia overtly is just launch nukes. That's all they could do, and it would not benefit them in any way. Nukes aren't necessarily useful in their use value. Dropping a nuke is not a tactical benefit to you, generally. It is having the nuke that is beneficial. It's having the nuke that is the deterrent. Using it, generally not so good. He contradicts himself because he also said Russia couldn't well, that's the thing. Fascists all contradict themselves because they're all stupid and don't believe in anything. We should start watching The Daily Show. It's a deterrent and a last resort. I would watch more of The Daily Show on stream if it wasn't copyright, because they often have incredibly, like, good points sometimes, like, veiled in excellent comedy, might I add, but, like, useful things to cover, it just can't. Bioweapons might be stronger, yeah, but they're not also using bioweapons either. First of all, like, bioweapons are much more unpredictable, Garb. Even just creating bioweapons is very risky to the country creating them. Now, the way that Russia has gone, knowing that its physical military is trash, and that its nuclear arsenal is essentially useless, the only thing they can really do is cyber warfare, which is exactly what they're, you know, pressing it on. Hassan does it all the time, and I'm like the girl Hassan. Yes, but again, Hassan is Hassan, and I might be like the girl Hassan, but I am Vizora. I have 167 followers. Hassan has 2 million. Hassan can do no wrong. Twitch can ban me. And plus, I'm also streaming on YouTube, and that'll definitely get the stream taken down on YouTube. If I was ever planning to air something that I know that was copyright on YouTube but not on Twitch, I just wouldn't have streamed on YouTube as well. Russia's ability to move forward on the battlefield is quite pitiful. Again, we've talked about this. It's been 3 years, and what? They've gone 3 miles out of their border zone? We as America, more than a decade ago, just took down an entire actual, like, Iraq at the time was weak, yes, but was an actual country. Took out their government in 3 days from the other side of the planet. Fair use with a little personality spam report, The Daily Show? I guess. Okay. Send me the link that you want us to watch of The Daily Show, and we'll watch it at the end. Is Hassan, like, liberal or communist? He has, I have no idea. He's a socialist. Or maybe he's a communist. I don't know. I don't really tend to distinctly put too much of a difference between socialists and communists, because we're all working towards the same goal. The communists need to get to socialism first before making their way to communism. It's on the same path. So, and the liberals just don't want socialism. So, yeah, you say unfortunately. I'm gonna have to make you, like, actually explain to me why I should. Oh, Marxist-Leninism, Garb. We talked about this. We're gonna have a debate at some point next week, I think. Me and Lenin. Ah, yes, he is. Lenin is. I've called Marxist-Leninism red fascism before, but I will say, no infighting on the left while we live under actual fascism. I don't care if y'all are Marxist-Leninists. To me, right now, you are my comrade, and that's all I care about. I'm willing to have, like, a friendly debate over the usefulness of ideology and the usefulness of, like, something put in practice, but we're all on the same side. At this point, no, you're not, Lenin. Everything that you've advocated for is the opposite of fash. So I'm starting to think maybe I'm convincing you to be a little less Marxist-Leninist and a bit more just Marxist in the end of it. Well, while we were talking about Russia, might as well jump to the subject now, eh? I love the name of the actual tool that we're letting Ukraine use. Attackums. Attackums. I guess I'm center right? Well, no, you're not right. And to be fair, you, compared to that garb of the rest of the United States, are left. The fact that you can sit here, listen to me, and not constantly disagree with me means that you are not center or right. Otherwise, you would be chiming in every 5 seconds about how wrong I am about something. Survival mode, bringing far leftists and corpo libs together. Thanks, Trump. No, legitimately, this is true, though, and that it is the right way to go. You can't really trust the corporate libs. The libs will betray you to the fascists, especially if you're a communist or a socialist, but they are useful and in many ways. But first of all, they're useful as a voting demographic and like a group that holds power that you can work within, but also they're pretty good to hide within. as in the liberals are generally not outright considered an enemy, not the enemy from within, as our new president likes to say. So working with the liberals gives you a higher chance of blending in and surviving the fascism, whereas you can also institute smaller amounts but consistent and steady amounts of change within the liberal establishment, especially under fascism, because socialist rhetoric tends to be more effective when people are really feeling the pain of the economic crises caused by fascism, as well as kind of the rest of everything involved. I'll take a PC test right now and put it in the Discord. Yeah, sure, you can do that. I've taken those before too, and I don't necessarily think like my answers were accurate. The one where it's like the T-chart, you know? All right, so let's have a look at these ATACMS. Again, I love the U.S. military and how they name their weapons.
Ukraine fired long-range missiles provided by the US into Russia, hitting an ammunition storage facility near the Russian city of Karachev. The attack, 75 miles from the border with Ukraine, is the first.
Send the link in chat, Lennon. If we have like a bit of empty like time at the end, maybe I'll just do it on the stream instead of doing it and posting it on Discord.
Such assault to use long-range NATO-made arms. It's a move that the Kremlin previously warned it would consider a major escalation.
Which weapon? The Bayraktar. I'll have a look at that. We're going to talk about Turkey in a minute as well, too, because they did some pretty bad shit today. Oh, yeah, it's the Turkish drone. It's actually, that drone is taking over the entirety of the EU, essentially. That drone is, I think, the main manufactured drone that NATO countries in Europe are currently leaning towards. It's our version of the Shaheed that the Iranians made that the Russians use.
The ammunition storage facility
just watched a video about that too.
Hundreds of known Russian military assets that have just become targets for Kyiv. Here's what the use of Western arms on Russian territory means for the war and what could come next. Kyiv had been...
We're still restricting how much of these they could use, and that pisses me off. Like, just let them have free reign. Within 2 months, we'll win this. Like, we could win this right now. There's 50,000 Russian soldiers just sitting in Kursk right now. Just send like 50 ATACMS missiles all around Kursk, where we know they are. It's not like we don't have satellite data, and just erase the 50,000 Russian soldiers. 10,000 of those are North Koreans anyway.
For months for its allies to remove restrictions on using Western-made long-range weapons.
That's because all of Russia's weapons are dog shit.
In November, President Biden finally gave Ukraine the green light.
You know, they're like, most advanced, expensive tank in the world. Even that's dog shit.
In addition to ATACMS, Biden's move could open the door for other weapons like British-French cruise missiles, Storm Shadows, or Scalp to be used.
Oh, we already used
ATACMS
these.
Are a surface-to-surface missile system fired from a mobile launcher vehicle. They can strike up to 190 miles away, well behind Russian lines. By comparison, Storm Shadows have a maximum range of around 155 miles, meaning they can also hit deep into Russian territory.
Storm Shadows.
That's a pretty big difference in that now, essentially, all of the aircraft, all of the high value military targets that Russia has, they've had to move past this line in order to make sure that they don't get blown up before they can use them. And yeah, that's you living in America. Amazon Prime only gives you 2-day delivery here, which... Like, I hate having to use Amazon, and I hate having... Amazon Prime in and of itself is fucking evil, but at this point, you kind of need it. We covered this when we talked about Lena Khan's, lawsuit to Amazon about how it is an illegal monopoly, and it is also making things more expensive for the average consumer, but it's more expensive to not use it than it is to use it at the same time.
Been used for quite some time.
Let me know if you guys start hearing, a warring thing. I just have a fan that I'm gonna put on because it's really hot today, and I'm trying to face it away from the mic, so I hope you don't hear it, but...
Time now, they've been used to hit Russian command bunkers, they've been used to hit Russian naval headquarters in the Crimea.
All right, so okay, we have been using the Storm Shadows. I thought we were. Maybe Ukraine's just not been using them, and just we've been using them when we were doing like bombing. Hold on, I need to look some stuff up. I'm forgetting about Crimea.
For quite
and
some
yes, I did make the Elon Musk amount myself.
time now, they've been used to hit Russian command bunkers, they've been used to hit Russian naval headquarters in the Crimea, they've been used quite frequently to hit ammunition dumps, and they've also toppled several bridges.
Previously, Western allies didn't allow Kyiv to strike deeper into Russia, fearing an escalation in the war. But Biden changed his mind after thousands of North Korean troops joined Russia's army on the battlefield, according to US officials.
We're now heading to 3 years.
Yes, exactly. Jumping like a maladjusted toddler. Okay, can someone fill me in here that might understand? Because there's either a distinction in how this is being worded that is incorrect, or I have incorrect information. During like the original invasion of Crimea, when Russia started the Ukraine war way back in the day, did us as like, we put sanctions on them, but we didn't use any military force against Russian targets at the time, did we? I know Ukraine did, and I know we funded them a little bit, but like the way that this video just described the use of the Storm Shadow missiles was that we used them in... Okay, I didn't think so. So what, did we allow Ukraine to use these Storm Shadow missiles when they were fighting back in Crimea, but then we took away their ability to use those missiles for the main war? Is that what they're saying?
To hit Russian naval headquarters in the Crimea, they've been used quite frequently to hit ammunition dumps, and they've also toppled several bridges.
That's what I mean, the way that that was phrased, that's what confused me. And yes, Garb, I looked up L-tyrosine, it's on my shopping list. I'm gonna go get it when I go do some shopping.
Previously, Western allies didn't allow Kyiv to strike deeper into Russia, fearing an escalation in the war. But Biden changed his mind after...
Ooh, Lennon, I am gonna like that video. Sounds like exactly what I've been saying for weeks.
Thousands of North Korean troops joined Russia's army on the battlefield, according to US officials.
We're now heading to 3 years in terms of this war, and Russia continues to sort of pressure Ukraine and take territory, albeit incrementally, but still take territory, and it's having a terrible effect on the Ukrainian economy, Ukrainian population, and as we're heading into winter, you've got the added...
Now hundreds of Russian military objects are within Kyiv's range, according to data compiled by...
Right, okay, so actually it wasn't even just within that blue. That's quite a large range that they now have to pull back. That's, I think Moscow is in either within reach or very close to of the ATACMS based off this map. Moscow would be, let's see, pull up a map, put it side by side. I think we might just be able to oh yeah, no, that's pretty damn close. Like, definitely not, but like Moscow's probably like right up over here. That's not far at all, though. I mean, not to say that like Ukraine's already hitting Moscow pretty regularly with drones, so.
Study of war.
Russia's air force has been...
No, I disagree. Incredibly based idea. They're not going to do shit. They can't do shit, and they haven't done shit. All they did was whinge again, like they did every time. And, oh, we'll nuke you, like they've said every day, like literally once a week for like years now. Literally anytime they get grumpy, and they never do. Why? Because there's no benefit to them nuking you. It doesn't give them anything. They don't get anything out of it.
Deadly in the fight, in the sense
more
of
harmful to use the nuke in this instance.
And that's been pivotal in places like Advivka. So, you know, the further Ukraine can push back the Russian air force, the safer it is for Ukrainian troops.
True.
Kyiv has already targeted many Russian military assets with its long-range drone program. This includes an attack in September at a major arsenal nearly 300 miles away from the Ukraine border.
Yeah, that made a huge chunk in the war effort, because that's where they were storing quite a lot of the ammo that they were getting from the North Koreans. So yeah, it was huge. It was an ammo depot. It was essentially all like the shells and artillery that they were just getting from North Korea that got blown up in one instance. It was amazing.
The Ukrainians have gradually been able to extend their range in terms of how they can hit Russia. And so Russia has had to gradually move its ammunition dumps, its command centers, its very valuable assets, its planes.
Remember like 10 years ago when we thought that Russia was the second strongest military in the world and could provide an actual like challenge to the United States? We were terrified of like, oh, these are like the strong soldiers that can beat us in war even possibly. They can't do shit. They're useless in literally every fashion except cyber warfare. Again, the fact that they have North Korean soldiers helping them alone should be like humiliating for a country like Russia.
Its navy, effectively, from the range of various weapons.
And they have to retreat regularly. They just keep retreating.
But Ukraine says being able to strike deep into Russia with more powerful weapons could form part of a strategy to force Moscow to seek peace. Analysts say that Ukraine could also target positions in the Kursk region, where Russia
Are you talking about like a nuclear weapon? Because we're going to go into them doing a nuclear strike in their own territory as a test, is probably what they're going to do in response to this, by the way. That's like the next bit I was going to cover. They're not going to nuke another country, but they'll do a nuclear test on their soil.
Has amassed more than 50,000 troops, including some 10,000 from North Korea, in an effort to recapture the territory
Again, this is humiliating.
Seized earlier this year. The policy shift appears to be part of the...
All right, we don't need to hear about that bit. We kind of already know where that goes. Let's hear some of the
just days after President Biden
moron military experts in the mainstream media talk about how this is a big risk and how we should take Russia seriously, even though, you know, they're all bought out as well, and evidence shows that we shouldn't. Kazakhstan is the most nuked country on Earth. Is it really? I thought technically like Bikini Atoll would be the most well, that's not a country, I suppose. Is it? Did the Soviets test more nukes than we did? Just out of curiosity. Someone Google that when we watch this.
New this morning, just days after President Biden gave the green light, U.S. officials tell CNN that Ukraine is firing the first powerful U.S.-made longer-range missiles inside Russia. Moscow has said this constitutes direct U.S. participation, and it's being seen by the Kremlin as a major escalation of a conflict that began.
Jesus Christ, really? 715 nuclear tests? Why that many? How many did we do? Oh no, never mind. We did more. 1054. We've done more nuclear tests than the U.S. Therefore, the most nuked place in all of Earth has to be, because yes, we didn't do all of our tests here, but the vast majority of them we did. Yeah, we did like do nukes in like the desert, but the vast majority of nuclear weapons testing done by the United States was done right here. By the way, that's why it's called Bikini Bottom in SpongeBob. It's because Bikini Atoll is the name of the... Well, I lost it already. Jesus. Bikini Atoll is the name of the place where we did all of the nuclear tests, and therefore the bottom of Bikini Atoll, Bikini Bottom, is where all of the radioactively like mutated fish that can talk and cook hamburgers live, essentially. Jeez, okay, I didn't know about this one. In January 1961, a B-52 Stratofortress carrying 2 thermonuclear Mark 39 nuclear weapons experienced a fuel leak and began to break apart mid-air over Goldsboro, North Carolina, as the pilot... Oh, actually, I do think I know about this. the ground. Revelation in more accounts. Some accounts claim that both bombs fell from the B-52. One bomb's parachute was said to have deployed, allowing it to land intact. The saving pins were removed from the generator, which prevented detonation. For the other bomb, the parachute did not deploy, leading to an impact that put the indicator on armed mode. An additional part of the bomb necessary for detonation was reportedly too damaged to function. So incredibly lucky. Like literally Fallout 4, like Atom, the city with the bomb in the middle that never went off, level lucky. But yeah, most nuked place in the world. No, no one's dropping any nukes. Russia's not nuking anybody. They're not. Again, we've talked about it. Not only would they not get any like benefit from doing so, it would harm them. It would harm their economy, it would harm their alliances, it would ruin their plans with BRICS, and it likely wouldn't even do much of anything anyway.
1,000 days ago, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is warning about what's ahead. Vladimir Putin isn't stopped.
All these World War III minded people.
Putin has brought
every time.
North Korean troops to Ukraine.
Every time though, every time Putin says anything, it's like, oh, World War III, oh, World War III. It's not happening. They're not starting World War III. They wouldn't win.
Borders. This contingent may grow to 100,000. While some European leaders think about, some elections or something like this at Ukraine's expense, Putin is focused on winning this war. He will not stop on his own.
Cedric Layton joins us now. He is a CNN military analyst and a retired U.S. Air Force colonel. Previously, President Biden held off approving the use of these longer-range U.S.
Well, Genghis Khan, you might be right about that, just not with Russia. And Popshepsky, you're totally correct. Absolutely. We could, we talked about this yesterday. America could leave NATO, and the rest of Europe could handle Russia without any difficulty.
Made missiles out of concern it could escalate the war.
Oh my
God. Is that still a real possibility amid these threats from Russia now?
Escalate the war when they're like 2 months from being given a victory, yeah.
Well, especially with those threats, Pamela, yes, it is a possibility. And so that's why the U.S. is kind of threading that needle. Now, what they have seen, of course, in the past with every single weapon systems, whether it was the HIMARS systems or the F-16s or the Abrams tanks, they would have to get to yes at some point.
Yeah, and they won't use them, A, and B, even if they did, half of them wouldn't launch off the goddamn ground. Are you kidding me? Russia's military infrastructure has been dog shit from the beginning of the war, that all we do is make fun of them. If they hit the big button to launch the nukes, half of them would explode on the ground, another half of them wouldn't go off the ground, and maybe a third of them might actually go somewhere. However, if they did, China, their only real ally, would fucking annihilate them. China has overtly told them to stop fucking with the nuclear weapon threats, and also they're not going to do it. They're not. They make this threat every time and they never follow through with it. They're too much of a pussy. Call them on it. And yes, China would easily take out Russia. China owns Russia. As we've made clear, China owns Russia. Russia owns Elon Musk. Elon Musk owns Donald Trump, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, so on. None of this is gonna happen. No nuclear war is happening. Russia can't do anything militarily, which is why the only way that they can win this war is by allowing, rather not allowing, but by influencing U.S. politics to get Donald Trump to be the president, so he will allow them to just take Ukraine. That was the only way. That was the only chance they ever had, and they are probably going to get that chance. However, it might not work out the way that they intended, because as, again, we've covered, if America pulls out, UK has said we'll send in land forces. And then somehow India joins the fight. Why would India join the fight? And if India joined the fight, I'm not sure that they would join on the side of Russia on this instance. Yes, India plays both sides. And the UK shares nukes with the US. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about nuclear weapons. We're talking about if America stops sending money and actually we don't send any money to Ukraine, we only send decommissioned weapons. But if we stop funding the Ukrainian defense, then straight up, NATO will enter the war. And America wants to leave NATO. So the UK is in bed with, who isn't in bed with the USA, Jennifer? Genuinely, it's America. We're the global hegemon. Everyone is, that's not true at all. NATO could easily survive without the USA. And we've talked about this in like detail.
And at first it was a firm no from the United States. And then as...
I'll be right back. I need to get scissors. I realize why I'm a bit cranky. It's because I didn't put a nicotine patch on today. Still trying to quit vaping. 2 seconds. I have my patch literally right here and I haven't put it on.
Developments occurred, each one of those weapon systems became part of...
I'm inclined to agree with you, Popshevsky. Like, I don't necessarily think that, like, that would be the case, but Germany, Poland, France, England, Italy, like, they're all currently rearming because they're all aware that America's likely going to pull out of NATO, and they're all aware that they have to defend themselves now. And again, nukes aren't the point, Jennifer. It doesn't matter. No one's using a nuke. You're stupid if you think that they would use a nuke in any way. It makes no benefit to them. Using the nuke is not the point of having a nuke. Using the nuke puts you in a worse position more often than not. It's having the deterrent that's the point of the nuke. They could. What would they gain from doing so, though? Genuinely, answer me this question. Let's say they nuke Ukraine or another country. What would be the benefit? Scare them into what? The EU's already scared. They're scared enough to be arming and ready to go to war. Do you think that it would scare them out of not going to war if the EU was nuked, or are we talking about like Ukraine being nuked, for example? Be specific in that. I don't think that it would result in any less of a push to military. Yeah, they'd be terrified. They're already terrified. I don't think it would result in them arming any less. I don't think it would result in them being less like willing to go to war with Russia. I think a nuke in Ukraine or in Europe would only galvanize Europe and honestly the rest of the world much more. And all the experts, including the ones that we're watching right now, are retards compared to me and my intellect alone. And yes, Israel dropped the equivalent of 3 nukes on Gaza. In fact, like, it's almost not even an exaggeration. Like, obviously not true, but just based off this graph that I had yesterday, here, where is it? Document. And like, I understand that you disagree with me at this point, Jennifer, and that's perfectly fine. I just would ask you to listen for a bit and let me cook. But this is the amount of this is what Gaza, just straight from October 7th to modern day. So that was immediately following. These are all the bombs that were dropped. And then we just skip a little bit forward to January and February, and that's what Gaza looks like now. Now, again, obviously, Ukraine, different situation than Gaza. And Israel wouldn't nuke Gaza. If Israel was going to nuke anything, it would be Iran or Lebanon. And to be fair, I do really believe that Israel is the only country right now that is crazy enough to use a nuke. But even they wouldn't have a benefit from it. Like, anyone that they would nuke, it wouldn't help them anyway. Those numbers, I don't believe, Garb. So here's the thing with the Gaza death toll. We were getting pretty regular updates for a while, and up until about 6 months in. Then that number stalled at around 40,000. Why do you think that number stalled? As the number of, bombings went up, the infrastructure to count the dead is gone. The people who would count the bodies died, which is why the number hasn't gone up. Independent estimates from like several different organizations, some of which look like historical wars and conflicts, and they math and aggregate shit to come to the conclusion of likely death toll is over 100,000, over 120,000. Yeah, exactly. Kind of like how we don't know the exact death toll in like the Ukraine war, but we have like the 600,000 death toll on the Russian side number, which is generally, it was probably like closer to 8 or 9. And yeah, Lenin, I'm being conservative with it, but yes, it's probably like 200. Honestly, like by the end of the year, that number might just be like 3 million. It's important to understand that nukes scare the shit out of people. It serves as fear. Exactly. That's the thing, though, Jennifer. That's my point. Is they keep using the nukes in this manner, and we keep backing down. Every single time we have a chance to do something to fight back against Russia's aggression or to assist a country who is doing so, they respond by using a threat of nuclear weapons, which results in us backing down, further incentivize. We have every single time until this, up until this. Ukraine's been begging us for their ability to use these missiles for like a year now. The only reason we gave it to them now is because, like, once Biden's gone, no more funding to Ukraine. The threat of a use of a nuclear device by Russia is real, and the best way to deter it is to give them clarity. The Russians, as to what happens if they do that, and our message is to those around Putin, that if you do this, if you follow his orders, if he ever gives this, you can expect a massive response from NATO. Well, I mean, yes, that's true. But again, I don't think that that's like the most risk. Like, I don't think NATO is what you need to use as messaging to get the Russians to chill out with this. It's their allies. The whole plan is to build BRICS into like the equivalent of like the Western hegemony, but for Russia. Yes? Well, half of BRICS are US allies, and the other members of BRICS that are nuclear powers have told Russia to chill out with the like nuclear threats. So them using a nuclear like weapon would only serve to further push their allies away from them and to ingrain themselves as like the villain, like literally the villain of the world. I hope Trump pulls out of NATO so I don't have to go into World War III. I hope Trump pulls out of NATO so that like NATO will actually go to war with Russia, because otherwise we won't be doing it. I am in favor of like NATO going to war with Russia because NATO will win. And to be fair, I'm not saying instigate the war, because how this would happen is they've essentially lined up how they would do it. If America stops funding Ukraine, then the UK sends like British soldiers to Ukraine. They are there to assist in defense. They send the literal like Ukrainian soldiers on offense. It's not about like Vietnam draft. It's not about being a war hawk. It's literally about using your common sense. Because what was the only possible alternative that was listed? What was the deal that Donald Trump laid out about how he would end the war? Well, it was Russia keeps all its gains. There is a demilitarized zone built literally on where the lines are now. Ukraine doesn't get to join NATO, and which means Russia gets, what, 3-4 years to rebuild up its stockpiles and rebuild up its military power and then do it again? No, fuck you. That's the whole point of this war. That's why we've been funding Ukraine, because we know that it won't stop at this, because it's not just Ukraine. They also did this in literal, like they did this in Georgia. They're going to do this in Kazakhstan if they get the chance. This is, well, yes, definitely get ready for a draft. In fact, part of Project 2025 mandates that there are supposed to be military recruiters inside of high schools. Yeah, have fun. Like, you guys are all fucked. I'm fine over here, but that's the thing. Blame Trump for this. If you guys end up having to go to war, well, first of all, you're not going to war with Russia. You're getting drafted to go to war with Iran and Mexico, not Russia. You're not going to war with Russia. The gays are still allowed in the military. You have to be trans to not be allowed in the military. That's understandable considering the amount of trolls that are around Pupshevsky, but I do like to give people the benefit of the doubt because a lot of people are just that misinformed. Well, you know, if you're trans, Lennon, it's kind of worse. It's not just that you're not allowed in the military. They're going to literally exterminate you, so have fun. Yeah, there's not going to be a world war here. That's not what's going to happen. Chill out, guys. Don't listen to idiots like this.
Ukrainian arsenal. Sometimes, like in the case of the Abrams tanks, too late to have an impact on the battlefield as the Ukrainians had originally intended. But when it comes to the ATACMS, it remains to be seen. A lot of people are saying that this is a bit too late and the dollar short. However,
most of Europe would be happy to fight against Russia right now.
It has had an impact already. And you showed the graphic of the attack on Bryansk, which is just to the west of Kursk, which is the region that Ukraine has occupied a part of. So all of this is an incredible movement on the part of the Biden administration to try to get a foothold in the area, a firm foothold that is basically a forcing mechanism.
Conscription is a thing, is still a thing in many countries. It's a thing in Russia, one of the countries that we're literally talking about, as well as Ukraine, another country that we're talking about, as well as in Turkey, another country who is directly related to that of Russia and Ukraine, and also Israel, another country that is related to Russia and involved in our foreign policy. Euros won't draft immigrants, right? Meh, who knows? Well, yes, but in most countries involved in this, yes. Vizzy, if Russia ever invades Kazakhstan, well, so in the case of like Russia invading Kazakhstan, that is an after they have won everything else thing. You know what I mean? That's like step 4 or 5 on the goal post at the moment. We've discussed, we've listened to Vladimir Putin talk. A lot of people think that he wants to bring back like the former Soviet Union, but it's not. It's not about the Soviet Union. It's about Imperial Russia, pre-Soviet Union. And yes, the draft is a thing in the US. It's just not happened since Vietnam. But they're much more likely to happen now, considering the deportation plans requiring as many troops as it does, as well as the specific like wars that they want to start. However, now it looks like the deportation plans are changing. They may have actually realized they can't do it the way they want to do it. Not to say that they're not going to do the deportations. They're still going to. They're just going to lean much more into the work camps than the deportations angle first. And yes, the Selective Service Act. You have to do this if you're... Oh, actually, wow, they just made it all male U.S. citizens, huh? When did that get changed? I remember growing up, you only had to do this if you, like, wanted financial aid for college or something. Goddamn. Well, y'all are fucked.
To get the Russians and the Ukrainians basically to the negotiating table, and that's
maybe I was just wrong.
This can feed into what Trump wants to do when he assumes power, but it's also a situation where the Ukrainians have to have some tactical successes if they're going to have a...
What can you smell? The Australian? Because I'm the one that lives in Australia. And yeah, you are amusing. Wait, what age for the Selective Service Act, or what age up until you're like not able to be drafted anymore? Is that the question?
Successful effort at
I mean, yeah, you can look it up.
Ceasefire at least.
I want to get your reaction. You know, as this is escalating right now, Ukraine is using these U.S.-made ATACMS. Russia has these threats. We're now learning that it has updated Russia's nuclear doctrine.
All right, here we go. Here we get to the same level of threat that we hear every time.
For Russia to use nuclear weapons. What do you think about that? Is Russia genuinely ready to do that?
Well, that really remains to be seen. There are a lot of things, Pamela, that the Russians do that are, in essence, bluffs. And what they have found is that their conventional forces are not up to the level that they need them to be in order to provide a credible conventional deterrent to actions by NATO.
I am the Australian of the people. We're a socialist, community here. There is no my, it's ours. There is no I, it's we.
Countries or the United States or even Ukraine. So the Russians are moving back to their nuclear.
Well, I mean, I'm American, first of all. I'm a U.S. citizen. I just live in Australia. But no, I'm not safe. Are you kidding me? The U.S. has 9 military bases in Australia, and the main one, Pine Gap, is how we monitor not only the Middle East, but also Russia, for the vast majority of, like, the eastern part of it, and the entire, like, Asian theater. Australia has protection only from America. Australia needs protection from America.
And they're, in essence, ditching a no first use doctrine. They used to have a no first use doctrine.
Well, yes, China would smoke us, which is why I think we need to start being friendlier with China. And America is the much larger risk to our national security.
Is they're saying we will use.
To be fair, I am still I'm a live streamer generally from a American perspective. I'm not like an Australian citizen. I'm a permanent resident, but I do think that America is worse for the national security of Australia than a closer economic partnership with China would be. I think we need to scrap AUKUS. AUKUS is trash. New Zealand is not safe, by the way, especially not internally. We'll get to that too.
First use doctrine, and now what they're doing is they're saying we will use nuclear weapons when our country is threatened, when the existence of the Russian state is threatened.
Literally every time they same shit. Oh, well, if we get threatened, we'll use nuclear weapons. We'll use one then, pussy. See what happens. Like, obviously, I don't want them to actually use one. The devastation that would, like, occur if they hit an actual city with it. But, like, again, there would be nothing for them that positive that came out of that. Do I have a gun, a rifle, or a shotgun? No, I would, but in Australia, first of all, I can't, like, shoot someone in self-defense. That's illegal. Secondly, to have a gun in my house, I would need to install a big metal gun case in my house, and then the police would have to come twice a year and check. So difficult for me to not only have a gun, oh, and also you have to go to a range and use it every month, which, like, ammo costs money, and this is all, like, time, so I can't have a gun here. Not that I don't want one. And yes, New Zealand is for super rich people, like Peter Thiel, for example. Self-defense isn't illegal. It's just the way that the law is worded. We've talked about this on stream before, whereas, like, if someone broke into my house, I would have to prove that I was using a degree of non-lethal force that was consistent with the amount of force they were using, which is ridiculous, essentially. I know somebody who got sued because 3 teenagers broke into her house and she pushed one out the door, and the parents of the teenager sued her for assault. So, you know, there is levels of self-defense. Shooting somebody will never be legal self-defense, though, in this instance, because it would require the person breaking into your house to have a gun on them and to seek to shoot you for it to be equal and equivalent, like, levels of force. And so, no, you can't use, like, a gun in self-defense. However, what I could do, theoretically, is I could buy 2 swords, and I could keep one by the door and one by my bedstand. I did this when I lived in Colorado, actually, because I know how to use a sword. And if someone broke into my house and picked up the sword that I left by the door, then I would legally be allowed to attack them with my sword, if I could prove that they were a threat to my safety with said sword. And yes, guns are incredibly cheap in America. What if they stab you? You can stab them. Can't stab them to death, not on purpose. Really, only America allows for Destiny car stereo levels of self-defense legally. True. A funny story I actually have about that is one time I was driving cross country, and it was like the middle of the night. It's a heavy rainstorm, and I was in a state that I didn't know if I was allowed to sleep in my car. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. I pull over into, like, a rest stop area, and I want to sleep. I see a cop. So I flag the cop over, and I ask the cop, and I say, hey, like, am I allowed to sleep in my car in this state? I'm traveling, like, all this stuff. And the first thing he asked me is, like, do you have a gun? And I say, no, I don't. And he's like, damn, you could have just, like, kept that on the dash. And I say, oh, well, like, I have a knife back in the trunk. You know, it's a decorative one. It's not sharp. It won't actually, like, stab anybody. But the cop goes, oh, that's illegal. You're not allowed to have a knife in this state. And then we both laughed at the fact that I'm allowed to just pop a gun on my dashboard, but I can't even have a knife in my car in Virginia. But that was a whole thing. America's pretty weird with our gun laws. Honestly, in some ways I agree, Garb, and in some ways I disagree. There is a lot of personal freedoms that Americans get that we don't get here. And actually, you guys would be furious, Lennon, if you think that it is a oppression with guns. You know that airsoft guns, paintball guns, and gel blaster like guns also require, like, a real gun license. Like toy guns, anything up from Nerf gun is you require an actual gun license to have. when gel blaster guns became a thing, a couple like teenagers robbed the convenience store with them, and then the government. Well, the airsoft guns they shoot like little plastic pellets. Essentially, we live in a nanny state over here. There's a reason Bosch calls Australia a nanny state, Lennon. He's not incorrect here. After they passed the law on the airsoft guns, they did mandatory buybacks for the gel blasters. Oh, don't sound like a right-winger now. Oh my goodness. No, I would like to have further accessibility of guns. It's just, I don't know how useful it would be. Like, Australia enacted all of this gun legislation in response to a mass shooting that happened a couple decades ago. And it dropped the amount, like, obviously we don't have mass shootings like you guys do anymore. However, what we fail to account there is the number of guns that are present in Australia are actually higher now than when we put in that gun legislation. I got tased by cops because I have an airsoft pistol. Speaking of getting tased by the cops, actually. ACAB indeed. Police officer was impatient when tasering a 95-year-old woman, prosecutors allege.
Christian White was fed up and impatient when he tasered a 95-year-old nursing home resident, according to The Crown, as it closes the manslaughter case.
Literally, like, how evil you have to be. I was annoyed, I was impatient and frustrated at this 95-year-old woman in a literal fucking nursing home. Literally, what the, like, excuse me?
Against the police officer. But his defence says Claire Nowland posed a legitimate threat.
Yes, the 95-year-old woman in the nursing home posed a legitimate threat to this guy. The guy who looks like the most British Nazi that I can imagine.
To the jury to weigh up the evidence.
Utterly unnecessary. That's how the Crown described Christian White's use of a taser on a 95-year-old in its final remarks.
Honestly, his ego should be bruised. The point of saying I needed to tase the 95-year-old lady for self-defense reasons. Every cop in in Australia, the UK, wherever the fuck this actually took place, because they said the Crown, but this is Australian news, so I think this is in Australia. They should all be laughing at this person.
To the jury, Claire Nowland, who had dementia, was armed with a knife in her Cooma nursing home.
Oh, she had dementia too, and she had a knife, and she didn't die. I don't think she didn't die, right? Did they say that? But she had dementia and a knife, and he tased her. 95.
Use of a taser on a 95-year-old in its final remarks.
Yeah, no death.
Jury.
No death.
Claire Nowland, who had dementia, was armed with a knife in her Cooma nursing home in May last year. The police officer's defence arguing she demonstrated repeatedly over 2 hours that she was not putting that knife down voluntarily and that he had a job to do.
My guy, look how, like, this man is at least 6 foot, you know, you think you can't manage to take a knife out of an elderly dementia patient's hand without getting cut? Are you kidding? I could take a knife out of a 95-year-old woman's hand without getting harmed by it. Are you kidding? It is comical. And Lennon, again, you know my position on abolishing the police. I think we just need to restructure the police into what police have always been. The point of police was not what it is now. Police, for essentially the entire existence of what police were, existed to help the community. This guy's job 200 years ago would have been, I don't know, help the store clerk unload boxes and not unload boxes. Obviously, we didn't have the cardboard box 200 years ago, but like load the store shelves, help the old lady up, the stairs, go make sure the poor people that are homeless in the streets are fed. That should be these people's job. Their job is the community assistant. Well, I mean, that's America though, but again, even well before that point, police functioned in essentially, they're the Walmart greeter. Hi, how can I help you when you walk in the door? Their job should just be to help anyone who needs it, not to catch criminals. The criminal element is originally was absolutely a secondary aspect to this, but it should definitely only be a second, maybe tertiary aspect to their job. First of all, crime rates are down across the board in general. We live in the most peaceful time in all of human history, believe it or not. But also, we know for a fact that cops like this increase crime rates, not decrease crime rates. Build new institutions. Well, I mean, yes, but like the tagline of abolish the police is just bad messaging. We've talked about this. If you want the messaging to be heard by the right, it has to appeal to them. And saying like ACAB, I can understand. We're not going to stop saying that, but abolish the police, just, it's not good messaging. Make the police great again is better messaging, honestly. Like, we could do better. But that's what I mean, is the institution of the police used to be public servants, not like domestic police, domestic military, you know? We've militarized the police, demilitarized the police. They had a knife problem, and that guy made it a knife and a taser problem. Literally, yes. And again, 95-year-old dementia patient in a fucking, like, nursing home. How large of a risk to your physical health can it possibly be when you're this guy? Now interpret MAGA as make America go away. True. Yeah.
White reported shortly after the incident that a violent confrontation was imminent. Today, the
imminent, yeah, because you wanted it. That's why it was imminent.
Prosecutor said everyone else present was at a safe distance. Ask yourself, who could she have injured at that moment? No one.
Herself, maybe? Dipshit. Your job is to help her. That's why you're there. She wasn't committing a crime. It was a 95-year-old in a nursing home with a knife. Why do you think they called the police? Not because they thought she's committing a crime. Everyone was a safe distance. She wasn't going after people. They thought she could hurt herself. Your job was to protect her, not tase her, you fucking moron. Yeah, okay. Not even gonna give you the time of day today.
Arguing that when Christian White said bugger it before tasering the 95-year-old, it was completely inconsistent with preventing a violent confrontation.
I don't know yet. We'll find out.
He was fed up.
Literally saying bugger it, as in like, fuck it, we'll tase the lady.
Impatient, not prepared to wait any longer.
The
First
UK
responders
is fucked,
negotiated
guys.
with Claire for less than 3 minutes, asking her to stop 20 times before she was tasered, dying.
What? What? Wait, she died! She died!
Asking her to stop. First responders negotiated with Claire for less than 3 minutes.
3 minutes before they tased her, and they killed her!
Asking her to stop 20 times before she was tasered, dying a week later. The prosecution saying it was obviously excessive use of force, the defence saying he had run out of options.
That cop should be in prison.
And a reasonable person would not consider his use of the taser to be disproportionate to the risk. The Crown says it.
And yes, I'm sorry you got tased too, Garb. Like that they are dangerous. I've been tased too, although not like that. Mostly just like a short tase from a friend who built a taser, not like a proper like police taser. But that shit is, yeah. Oh, we banned the bans, dude, Lennon, so it's fine. Yeah, well, in Florida, can't you like shoot the cops if they like come into your house without a warrant? Does that count on the cops? Probably not, right? Surely not. You get castle doctrine in Florida.
Its case rests on the clear evidence captured on the police body-worn footage and CCTV, which shows the entire incident, asking the jury to draw the judgments it needs to draw.
The intruder must be acting unlawfully. The castle doctrine does not allow the right to use force against officers of the law acting in the course of their legal duties. You have to prove that the cop is there illegally. I thought maybe there was a chance because, you know, like they love to talk about Waco and shit like that, but nope, not even in Florida. I wonder if you could spray some fast hardening foam at a knife or a gun. I wouldn't test it. I mean, I'm sure you could test it in a safe environment with like science. Mythbusters might have done something like that. I would look it up.
Annalise Bolt, 9 News.
Right. Okay. So that cop is awful, and this is just it's what I mean. And the cops in Australia are not
Bunnings warehouse has hit back after it was found
are not
to have
necessarily
breached
great.
customer.
This is both fucked and kind of funny. And living with 3 roommates is at least good for your safety.
Bunnings warehouse has hit back after it was found to have breached customer privacy by using facial recognition technology.
By the way, Bunnings, for all you Americans, is our Home Depot. But just wait till you see this footage. It's hilarious.
The retail giant today defended its actions, releasing shocking CCTV from inside its stores.
Bunnings at Hoxton Park. A man in a balaclava.
This is what I mean when I say Australians are the most redneck Americans just on the other side of the world. Every single one of them. This is, just think about Home Depot.
With a shotgun, rampages through the store. At another outlet, a staff member is punched in the face. And here, a knife is held to a worker's throat. Store after store, a CCTV lineup.
Like, I'm laughing because this is horrible, I know, but like, oh my God, like, this is so American.
Store after store, a CCTV lineup of violent behaviour.
One of the things that we've seen is a significant rise in violent and aggressive behaviour towards frontline workers, whether they're in a Bunnings store, in a fast food outlet.
To help weed out the troublemakers, Bunnings has been using facial
Well, I mean, to me, it looks like Black Friday in America, but yeah, like a cartoon, like the South Park Black Friday, like Game of Thrones episode or whatever. By the way, do you mean only in Georgia for the castle doctrine thing, or is, like, I'm confused to your reference there?
Recognition technology.
Lennon, how long until you have to hop off? Because you don't stay for the entire stream, and I actually want you here when we talk about Argentina, so we might just jump to Argentina after this.
Face of every customer is scanned on entry. It's then checked against a database of banned customers. If the image is not on the list, it's deleted immediately. Doesn't worry you, though, scanning your face?
No, not really. Yeah, it's what it is, isn't it? It's technology these days.
But the Privacy Commissioner has determined Bunnings has gone too far.
There was no consent asked for or given. There was also no notice given. There was no signs notifying people that facial recognition technology was in play.
Yeah, this part of it is quite unethical. Like, you should be telling people that this is here. And honestly, like, after seeing this footage, I'm fine with that. Like, there's like legitimate people showing up to Home Depot with shotguns and knives, threatening the fucking workers. I'm okay with them having facial recognition on their cameras. Obviously, there are other things that we can do to fix that problem. But for the time being, this is okay. I'm not going to complain about it. It's mostly just kind of funny to see how American it is. What happened in ANCAPism? Well, ANCAPism might be coming to a place near you. Vivek Ramaswamy, remember, by the way, this guy is at the kids' table, no actual power. A reasonable formula to fix the US government. Millet-style cuts on steroids. To be fair, we definitely did make this comparison a lot pre-election, but just to really drive it home. We're 50% of a population living below the poverty line, et cetera, et cetera. But let's see, why do they think this? The right is glazing this. This was trending on Twitter essentially all morning. I'm seeing stuff like this. A year into Millet's tenure, investors are doubling down on Argentina's stocks and bonds. Fueled by his sweeping economic reforms and austerity measures, the local stock market surged 125% this year, while dollar bonds returned to 90%. Investors praise Millet's fiscal discipline, marked by spending cuts and fiscal surplus. Yes, Doge is unserious, but thankfully they have no power, but whatever. So, yeah, you can see the Argentinian dollar bond or a market darling or whatever the hell that means. I actually don't even really know how market bonds work. Doesn't matter. None of this matters. You know why? Because the only benefit that is felt is by the wealthy. Now, what is the rest of the country like? Well, in fact, even just let's have a look at the graphs just to start off with before we listen to anyone talking about it. No narrativization. I just want to see their graphs. Well, inflation rate, yeah, seems to be going down a bit. Still above, 150%, 193% inflation. Definitely not a great inflation rate. Might I add, by the way, all of this happened under Milei. He raised inflation, and then it slowly started to go down. However, it's still well above, where it was this time last year, at the very least. When did Milei actually take office? Exactly. Javier Milei took office when? December 2023. So this is when Javier Milei took office. And it seems that everything since has just been very high inflation. Went up quite a lot, steadied out, and then now foreign investors came in, right? Now, this is the overall plan that the Trump administration has, and they also claim that yes, this will increase inflation in the short term, and then when people come into the country to get around tariffs and to start their businesses in the US, then inflation will go down. That's what they think. And by the way, inflation will go down. However, look at the GDP going from Q1 of 2023. So this is before Milei, and from Milei onward. This is average income. This is a gross domestic product of the country, significantly down from where it was. And then we can look at what life is like for the average Argentinian. Now, I want you to keep all this in mind because we're going to tie all of this together. But Argentinian consumers feel squeezed even as inflation dips below 200%. It's funny where it's even as inflation below 200%, US inflation rate right now is 2.6. So they were complaining about inflation being high on the right for the entire election cycle, which, by the way, was just wrong off the bat because 2.6 is not only low, but it's the lowest it's been in a decade. But also that, 200 is actually we got to get those numbers up. Argentina is beating us. Well, we will catch up real quick. Let's see. Slowing inflation pulled back in part of the government's dramatic public spending adjustments has, however, come at the cost of consumption in a battered economy where more than half the country has fallen into poverty. Data from Index shows that the monthly inflation slowed to 2.7% in October from 3.5%. It's lowest since November 2021, so monthly inflation is good, but the annual rate is still quite high. Rent and utility cost drove up by about 5.4% monthly. Prices in transport, food, and non-alcoholic drinks just rose 1.2% from the previous month. But as we can see, still continuing to rise even a year on from the implementation of these measures. And sales have been dropping a lot. Perhaps people come more to buy on a daily basis, small quantities, and you can see the difference, says someone who works in a poultry store. Consumers are buying less beef in the famously steak-loving country after Milei ended previous government's freeze on beef prices. Which, to be fair, based on the beef prices bit, but still. Garb, what did you just link me here? Look, I know you're confused. Give me a second here, right? ANCAP is a failed ideology and it doesn't work. What about Argentina using their argument against them? Well, that's the thing. They think it does work because the only thing they care about is the rich people getting money. As you can see, life for the average Argentinian sucks. The amount things cost has gone up. The GDP has gone down. Inflation is incredibly high, but investors are happy. Local stock markets surged 125%. And again, this is all the bourgeoisie cares about. This is all they will ever care about. And in fact, I have a whole thread on the similarities of Project 2025's laid out plan to what happened in Argentina. However, first, I want to take a little look at this clip of Argentina.
Argentina, cutting the fat is never easy. But a year after Javier Milei won the presidency, his relentless cost cutting has finally made a dent in inflation.
Yes, they are. They're going to get shittier too.
But not before half the population has been plunged into poverty. This Buenos Aires butcher says prices have stopped rising because nobody has any money.
Yeah. That's kind of what happens. This also happened in Turkey, by the way. It's not like we don't have examples of this. Like, for example, when after COVID, all of the countries in the world were raising interest rates to deal with rising inflation because of how the government each country's government had to handle COVID. Turkey, instead of raising interest rates, cut interest rates because the president of Turkey at the time believed that interest rates were a hoax made up by the interest rate lobby and that cutting rates would actually benefit the economy. Well, how did that end up? Well, inflation went up also well above 200%. Prices rose to the point where people could no longer afford anything. And prices didn't stop rising until people couldn't buy things anymore. And then very, very slowly, they dripped down to the most expensive things have ever been and can be while people can still afford it. As realists say, there's only one real power, economy, military, diplomacy country in South America, and that is Brazil. Well, Brazil is based because Lula's based, but Brazil also has its own issues. The other countries are collapsing, and yes, if they did join Brazil in socialism, and if Brazil was allowed to push further into socialism, yes, exactly, they would all develop much better. The entire world would, well, again, how many times do we have to say this? We'd all be happier and be living better lives, and healthier, might I add, if we lived in a socialist society. Which, by the way, from your name, Pran-Arc, I assume that means you're at least some part of an anarchist, and I am fully on board with that. That is libertarian socialism. It's the good parts of anarchy plus the good parts of socialism. Counterfeit goods might happen, free from tax, tariffs, labor laws. That absolutely will happen, and will increase dramatically. The prohibition of anything always creates a black market. It's just, you can't really counterfeit food. You can try. You can't, what are they going to counterfeit, you know? And it has to be produced in the US for it to still be able to get in without the tariffs. Now, the labor laws, that's a whole other thing, because the whole point of a lot of the policies is to make A, children do labor, and B, imprison in camps a lot of people and make them do labor. So we might manage to keep the economic hits back for a little if they're competent enough to manage to set up the evil system that they want to in a way that produces economic benefit, but they're not, and they're stupid. And again, we don't even really know, because they keep changing their mind because none of their plans are viable, and they're aware of this. So Tom Homan is oh no, we don't need to use the military to do mass deportations. But then Donald Trump the next day sends out a tweet at 4 in the morning, oh no, we're using the military to do mass deportations. The message, it's just gonna keep being like this. It was like this last time around. We'll see when we see it, but they have a lot of plans, and reading Project 2025 does give you a good idea of what might happen. Economically, we'll get a good understanding of that after this video, because that's what we're going to cover next, is the similarities between the economic plan proposed in Project 2025 and with Milei's Argentina. And probably All right, let me pee while you... Oh, shit, sorry. I didn't realize I didn't have the video on. None of you warned me.
Has been
None of you
plunged.
can even hear it. I'm gonna put this on for y'all. I'm gonna go pee, and then when we come back, we'll get into the actual thread. And I'll comment on Turkey in a second.
Into poverty. This Buenos Aires butcher says prices have stopped rising because nobody has any money.
The price of meat has not gone up in recent months because there is very little consumption. As consumption goes down, sales also go down.
Argentina's battle with inflation has been raging for decades, averaging north of 200% between 1980 and 2022, and propelled to a crisis before last year's election. Into that strode Milei and his signature chainsaw, with a pledge to slash budgets and end price controls. A year later, he has delivered on his goal, resisting months of protests and now celebrating low price growth in October.
Today, inflation is running at 2% per month. It travels less than the crawl plus imported inflation. Therefore, we are technically close to zero monetary inflation.
All right, I'm back. Give me 1 second. Also, just found out that Trump might be naming Linda McMahon as the education secretary, which is both insane and also, like, I'm not even sure why we're going to have an education secretary if, like, they're cutting the Department of Education and sending it to the states. So, oh yeah, by the way, damn, I'm really sad I missed this. This is a very prescient look of America a year after Trump takes office this time around.
Budgets and end price controls. A year later, he has delivered on his...
A year later, this is the view that I expect. Like, it's prescient. I have no other word for it. All right. Now, 2% inflation a month is stupid. Sorry, for celebration is stupid. Well, I mean, you know, they were much more fucked. So I guess I would celebrate a bit too if I went from severely fucked to only moderately severely fucked. Oh wait, let me answer Renark first. Turkey's biggest mistake is accepting Syrian Arabs into their country. If Turks had come out of their ridiculous Islamic traditions and their leader Ataturk had known Turkish culture and had not been an Arab fan, inflation would not have been like... Okay, look, I've argued this point a lot. I disagree vehemently. Ataturk was based. The Syrian refugees are not the issue for Turkey. First of all, they're being paid by the EU to keep them there. And also, it's the way that Turkey didn't integrate them into society, give them jobs, make them pay taxes. This would have bettered the economy rather than, like, not doing anything other than, I don't know, here's like a piss poor amount of money that's just enough for you to not die, but you still have to live on the street. And you're not allowed to, like, work. It's insane. Also, this CHP are not liberal leftists in any way, shape, or form. The AKP are the far right, like, religious nationalist party. So, like, you're understanding, I am Turkish. My parents are Turkish. I was born in Turkey. And your understanding of Turkish politics here, I disagree with vehemently. That's all I'm going to say on it. In fact, actually, we're going to go back to this for a second, but I'm going to do my little my weave thing. I'm really going to start just stealing that from Trump. It's the weave now. Turkey committed war crimes today, actually.
Human rights lawyers have told the BBC that Turkey...
Much like Republican voters, the poor supporters will applaud their own demise while making the investors more rich. Yes, true. Before we go back to Argentina, again, just war crimes that Turkey committed today. Interesting. We don't usually get them from Turkey these days.
Is likely in breach of international humanitarian law.
This is like 5-6 years ago.
The BBC investigation has found that Turkish attacks on infrastructure in northeast Syria have contributed to a water crisis in an already drought-stricken country. Namak Koshnau reports.
Flashback to
The
2014.
river Khabur was once the main source of water for Hasaka in northeast Syria. 30 years later, extreme drought caused by climate change has dried up the supply.
I mean, Assad is still a piece of shit, and we've like normalized relations with him now.
I can't see a sign of water anywhere. It's a land of 1 million people without water. We are dying.
How is Turkey do? Okay, we'll get there. I was gonna say this is, by the way, the rest of the world very soon. Get ready for wars over water as a natural resource. Like the old America invaded you for oil. It's gonna be water soon, because the only source of fresh water in the world that is still growing in volume is in the United States. There's only one of them. Every other water source of fresh drinkable water is depleting. Milk.
When the Khabur River dried up, the people of Hasaka turned to Aluk, where water dug from wells could be piped into the city. The Aluk wells
that's what
are in
Turkey
an
did.
area called Ras Al Ain. In 2019, it was seized by the Turkish army as part of a military incursion in its fight against the PKK.
Okay, so just for some context here, if you don't know what the PKK is, the PKK are Kurdish separatists that want parts of like that have been fighting for parts of Turkey, Iraq, and Syria to form into their own like country. I support it-ish, but I also don't, because it's just kind of like another Israel. But these people actually are getting slaughtered by every country that they exist in. Iraq hates the Kurds, Iran hates the Kurds, Turkey hates the Kurds, Syria hates the Kurds. I mean, if it was up to me, I would literally just say, bring them all into America and I would give them US citizenship and a job. That's my fix to this, but sure. Israel loves using the Kurds to piss off all of the countries that Israel hates. And yes, they could have used it's not about, so first of all, they're not giving the money to the 5 million Syrians out of their own like taxes. It's money that the EU pays Turkey to do this. But yes, they should have at the same time spent some of their own money, like give the money that Europe gives to Turkey to give to the refugees, do that. And then spend some of your own money to build systems in place for them to integrate into your country and become functioning members of your economy. Who am I simping for, Popshevsky? The working class is stupid, and that's why we need a group of revolutionaries to guide them. That does not sound very leftist of you at all. That sounds very Marxist-Leninist of you, in fact. But so what this little piece of land was Turkey occupying a piece of Syria that was supposed to prevent more refugees from entering Turkey, but B, the plan was at the time there was an election going on and every party that was running on, we're going to deport all of the Syrian refugees. Funny enough, the right exists everywhere in the world in exactly the same way. The rhetoric of the right in Turkey is almost indistinguishable from that in Russia versus China versus America versus Israel. It's just about who the scapegoat is and how extreme the rhetoric is. The working class is always the one that's at the bottom here. And no, simping is not bad in general. You're allowed to simp, I don't care. And so this was all taken to deport all of the Syrians too, which never ended up happening. What do you think Erdogan did with the money given by Europe? He spent it on himself. Well, yes, probably partially, at least some of that. And they do dole out some of it to refugees. In fact, my sister specifically is one of the people in charge of deciding how this money gets distributed, because she works for the EU I don't know her exact job title, all right, but that's what she does. She gets the piece of paper that says this is how much Europe is giving Turkey. How do we distribute this to the refugees? And she decides that. So I know that this money does make it to said refugees, but how much are they skimming off the top? Well, that's unsure. It is, as a Turk, I will say it is pretty common to scam foreigners a little bit, you know, just like a light bit. If you go to the Grand Bazaar and you want to buy a handbag and you're speaking English, they're going to charge you more than if you're speaking Turkish. It's just the way it is. And like, listen, the working class is not class conscious and is filled with idiots. I agree. That is true. However, I don't think forcing the way that they behave is going to fix that. I know that it's incredibly frustrating that they work against their interest and they continue to do so. But forcing behavior, first of all, is much more likely to result in a larger degree of not only resentment, but opposition, is more likely to get us branded as like the communists that need to go to the death camps, and won't likely like result in change in our lifetime. Like, I don't think we can force them to do it. Maybe if we had like a charismatic leader that was willing to lie to the American public in order to do it, but again, I wouldn't be in favor of that. I'm not in favor of a Trumpian figure who's actually a socialist and will lie to the entire country to get elected and then force even socialism that I like, because that won't last. It needs to be done in a proper fashion. It needs to be built on a foundation slowly over time so that it remains. This is the issue that we've had every time that we've tried to establish any form of socialism or communism. It's been done in a way that prioritized time than successful, than chances of success. And we're not going to get another chance. If we try to actually do socialism anywhere in the world again, if we ever get the chance and we fail, we'll never get the chance again. The reason that it's so hard already is because of how poisoned the well is with communism. They will demonize us for the end of time unless this is done perfectly. And that's why I think that I'm willing to take it slow, learn to deal with the idiots, and learn to slowly show them how they're working against their interest and bring about class consciousness. Class consciousness also develops best under labor conditions that are not only unjust, but what's the word? Exploitative. Class consciousness spreads in this environment much faster. Yeah, Vizzy is actually spreading. I was expecting it just to be Viz, because I used to use the name Vizenia whenever I played RuneScape, because I'm a Game of Thrones nerd, and it was just Viz, but I like Vizzy. Not forcing them to do it, anything, yes, but we need to build a strong foundation. That takes time. Well, all our steps align up until the very last part of it. So, and Havara, I know that you're a troll, but just define to me what communism is. Give me a definition. Don't use Google. I know the answers that Google will give you. Define to me what you think communism is. Also, yes, it's never been tried. It's never even been attempted. Neither is socialism. But I just want to hear this from you really quickly. The real right-wing religious people in Turkey, are not at all. The world needs to understand this, not the AKP members. That's why the real right-wing people in Turkey are the ones who love Zionism. That is the opposition to... Interesting. I've not met many Turkish Zionists. Opposition to defend their own race and want assimilation. The Kurds expelled the Syrians and Arabs, and the Islamist Turks are the ones... I disagree here. The AKP party are the religious extremists. No, you're entirely incorrect, and you need to go read a book. Go read Marx or something. Fuck off. Literal children who come in here with political opinions that they developed when they were 6 years old, listening to their parents. But yeah, regarding the AKP, I see them as the right-wing religious extremists, but I'm going to look more into Turkish Zionists. I haven't heard much about them in the past.
As part of a military incursion in its fight against the PKK, which Turkey considers a terrorist organization. Today there is no water piped in from Aluk to Hasaka. Instead, the city depends on unreliable sources.
By the
of
way,
water.
terrorist organization functions similarly to it does in literally every case. It is a terrorist organization if you are on the side of those in power. They are freedom fighters if you're on the side of those that are not. I'm neutral in this case. I don't really, I'm not involved. I don't really care. I want the least amount of people to get hurt. But communism didn't work for the USSR because the USSR was not communist. They had state capitalism.
Water, brought by tankers driven by people like
Also, so is the CCP, not communist.
These people need more water. The weather is very hot. The phone doesn't stop ringing. People
Fuck,
calling.
Lennon, we really might need to do like a full stream where I break down different theories of like social order and explain what all of these mean to everybody, because I meant to say that the other way around. Oh yeah. I wanted you to understand that they have no respect for those who are not religious Muslims. But yeah, no, I do know. You're correct in that the right-wing religious people who are in charge of Turkey have no respect for anyone that's not Muslim. They want Turkey to become similar to Iran, but in a Sunni way and slightly less theocratically run. Turkey was always established as a non-religious, as a secular Western country. Reading State and Revolution on stream. I had the thought of what if I just read Marx, all of Capital on stream? I just picked one day a week where that was just me reading, but I would get 3 viewers because every single one of you would be incredibly bored with Marx's writing. What's up, Sentient Juice Slave? Okay. Well, actually, we're going to move on to this for a second, but I really do want to, I want to show you guys how boring this would be and why I'm not doing it. Because I need to reread this. I haven't read this since college. But just open the book to literally any page, Das Kapital. I'm just going to read you a small section. Imagine one day a week, 5 hours of just this. This is why I won't do this. Factory legislation, that first conscious and methodical reaction of society against the spontaneously developed form of its production process, is, as we have seen, just as much the necessary product of large-scale industry as cotton yarn, self-actors, and the electric telegraph. Before we go on to consider the extension of the legislation in England, we shall briefly notice certain clauses contained in the Factory Acts that do not relate to the hours of work, quite apart from their wording, which makes it easy for them to be misunderstood. No, I can't read it in German. My German is rusty. I need to do more Duolingo. Ich spreche klein Deutsch, not very well. Theory hour VODs would go crazy. I know, but I'm not a theory nerd. I don't know enough theory. I have theory in my head, but I don't have it related to text, you know? I didn't read all this theory. I learned all of this by A, critical thinking, B, experience of living in the real world, and C, by listening to other video essayists and live streamers. But I mean, look, I'll put up a poll. If you guys think that that's a fun idea, I will absolutely read you guys, whether it's Capital or something else. We'll do a reading hour. Vizora reading streams. There you go. I'll put this up for 10 minutes so you guys could vote. Bam. It's the longest I can put it up there for. Read theory once becomes an ML. I'm never going to become an ML. I've not read theory enough, but I've watched videos on Lenin's theory, and I've said to you before, the man had some good ideas, but I don't agree with most of them. It is stupid to say that Iranians are Muslims. They are Zoroastrian. No, they are Muslims. Again, they're Muslims. They're just Shia Muslims, not Sunni Muslims. I'm not getting into the religious debate because I don't believe in God. So, but yes, the Israelis are killing Arabs and committing a genocide literally everywhere. I mean, you can Google Zoroastrianism. It's a pagan religion, I believe, and it is pretty interesting. I think I've played a Civ run where I played as ancient Iran and used that. Maybe I'm just weird, but reading big books like that for stream is exciting. Look, I'm happy to do that. It would give me the chance to not only read, which I would like to do, but yeah, well, again, not gonna argue with you Muslims about other Muslims. That's up to you. That's not my place. Let's jump back to Argentina and how the failure of an economy that this country exists in is going to not only be a predictor of how we can expect the American economy to go, but also just absolutely understand the systematic way in which these people destroy these countries. So Argentina shows us how democracy can be dismantled. Yeah. So the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 outlines a detailed plan, dismantle the administrative state. Javier Milei, Argentina's far-right president, has implemented these same principles with devastating results. Well, if we open this, we can see from Open Democracy, already underway in Argentina, and it's terrifying. If you can bear to see how Trump's world would be implemented, you can have a look. Now, yes, we've seen the document. Most of us have read it. At the very least, we've talked about it at length, so we don't need to cover each and every bit of it. If you don't know enough about it, go read the document. I know it's 900 pages, but like, I don't know, put it into ChatGPT and ask to give you like a rundown or something. It's not enough for conservatives to win elections. If we're going to rescue the country from the grips of the radical left, we need both a governing agenda and the right people in place ready to carry this agenda out on day one of the next conservative administration, says on Project 2025. Well, I mean, true certified garbage, but that's kind of always been the case. It's also been the case between like Protestants and Catholics. Religion kind of does that. Organized religion, rather. In the months leading up to election day, okay, get to Argentina. Javier Milei, president of Argentina since December last year, as of 2023 rather, an emerging figurehead of the global far right, has never mentioned Project 2025, but he had been looking to establish ties with the Heritage Foundation since at least 2023. According to documents submitted by lobbyists to the US DOJ, a copy of Mandate for Leadership was handed to Milei by Heritage's executive vice president Derek Morgan when the two met in Washington in February for the Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC, according to Argentina's government website, which lists gifts received by the president. So literally, actually, I thought maybe like Project 2025 was like looking at some of this and picking up parts of it that they like. No, they literally were just working together the entire time. Wow. The central goal of Project 2025 is to dismantle the administrative state, allegedly co-opted by the left or wokeism. The administrative state, by the way, literally means any government official that is not a loyalist of Donald Trump or could possibly slow down or stop any of the things that they want to do. The bureaucrats, the experts that, let's say, in the past, this already is gone, by the way. The Supreme Court did away with it when they got rid of Chevron doctrine. But let's say you were in the EPA and Congress passed a law that was about, like, I don't know, regulation of vehicle emissions. And it's your job to look through this law and see, like, okay, well, how is this going to impact the environment? And then you, as the expert who has this job, not because you're elected and not because you're appointed, but because you're an expert in the subject, and the agency is like, hey, we need some experts. You'll do. Come in and you look at this law and you say, hey, okay, I like it, but this bit's fucked. In the past, the expert could just make the change. Now that has to go back to Congress first, now that they've gotten rid of Chevron. The next step is to just get rid of the expert flat out, just broadly. So that's what they're doing. And they've not only said that they're doing this, I mean, like, they keep saying it. They keep saying it. Federal ministries and agencies cutting public funding for health, education, welfare, eliminating programs and resources to combat gender-based violence, discrimination, pollution, and climate change. Like, your lives are going to get so much worse, man. Again, like, just today they started talking about cutting Medicare and Social Security, like literally today. Milei has worked fast in his first 10 months in power and has followed this script entirely. The argument for many of his new measures has been the need to lower public spending to balance a lopsided economy. Bring inflation down was the point here. I love being the mole inside the state. I'm the one destroying the state from within. Quote by Milei. What an accurate representation of the politics that leads someone to this point. Legitimately, it's just this. This is the right in America, and this is the right in Argentina. This is the right, I mean, to be fair, most of the Israeli government is the right, and most of the Russian government is the right, but yeah. I especially want to say this. You're very right. You said Turkey looks just like Iran. I didn't say they look like Iranians. They want to look more like Iranians. And yes, they are proud to like kill Arabs in some cases. Turkish people have also become poisoned by this nationalistic propaganda online. The entire internet lately has been nationalism. Everyone is, you have to be pro your country, that your country needs to be protected by immigrants, that these people are coming in and trying to change your culture and destroy it. All of this is like propaganda that is from other nations generally. Specifically, like at least in the United States, all the anti-immigrant propaganda was literally Russian. In Turkey, a lot of it is also probably Russian propaganda. That's the thing. The average Turkish person is not Arab phobic. A lot of them are, in that they don't like the Arabs of like Saudi Arabs, you know, the Arabs that wear the full like burqa. Turkish women specifically have always lived with the idea of like covering their hair is a like a shameful thing, and don't understand why other Muslim women don't do it. And that has become not only more normalized, but like they're pushing to make that more of a thing. But all of this, every single portion of it, from the general public perception to the like head coverings to the hatred towards other ethnic groups, it's all just nationalism. Exactly, sentient Jew slave. When the economy shrinks and people need something to blame, leads to nationalism. And it's not like the economy hasn't been shrinking in Turkey. Turkey's economy has been fucked for a long time. Mostly because, you know, the ruling government siphons money from it regularly and robs them blind. But graph over 10 years. Well, I mean, yeah, it is the most dangerous kind of cancer in that it ends societies. Nationalism is evil. It's literally just evil. So again, this is the GDP for Turkey. Now, what year did Erdogan take power? He's been in power for a long time. So let me see. Erdogan, let's see, come here. Erdogan took power. Well, I mean, first of all, which time? Became the president in, here we go. Was the prime minister from 2003 to 2014, then became the president in 2014 after switching the powers of the prime minister to the presidency, and then changed the laws to be able to stay in power. And he's still the president since then. So since 2003, and if we look at this graph, that's right around here. So from this point forward, this is Erdogan's government. You can see that, yes, GDP has gone up. This is good, you know, per capita annual change. However, let's look at wages. Turkey, wage growth. It's always the same thing, by the way. Anytime we're talking about any country that has issues in its like internal society and culture around like an ethnic group or nationalism, every single time literally can bring it to exactly this. Rich people are getting more money and the working class are not. Now, you can see that the there is a raise here from just from 2020 to how much money the wages that the Turkish person is working, gaining rather. However, something that misleads this graph here is a part of the way that the Turkish government tried to deal with the rise in inflation was to hand out money, a lot of money. A lot of people got pay raises. There was mandatory wage increases, which did, by the way, lead to at least a slowing down in inflation. They raised the interest rates, but they also raised wages. And you can see an actual difference because the rhetoric that I was getting from you, Pranark, at the very beginning, talking about the Syrian refugees. I went to Turkey last year. I was there in July last year. I was in Istanbul, I was in Izmir, and I was in Bodrum. I went literally like 3 main cities in Turkey. Well, not the 3 main cities, but 2 main cities in Turkey, and then like a very common tourist area. But when I was there was a lot more discourse on the subject, and I argued with my parents on the subject a lot. These days, it's gotten quieter. Not that the country is recovered, but people are less incentivized to anger because they're making more money. Their wages have gone up and the inflation has gone down. Very, very, very minorly. And yes, Erdogan is a piece of shit. Like, just barely managing to fix the problem that you created doesn't really give you any props, but you do have to understand that the way that people not only behave in society, but what we believe, and not only what we believe about ourselves, but about others, is all based in the material conditions in which we exist and how we engage with them. I mean, inshallah, Pranark, but like, that's a whole other thing. My dad's gonna be so mad at me for talking shit about Erdogan on stream today. Because my dad does watch my streams, and he gets very scared when I talk about Turkey. It's very funny. Anyway, back to Argentina. Oh, by the way, if any of you want to say hi to my dad, just type hi Vizor's father in chat or something. He'll see it, I'm sure. So, cut all public spending close to 30%, which is much less than what we're going to do. Cut investment into education by 40%. We're doing that 100. Denied access to pensions. Sure, we're doing that too. Cut access to life-saving drugs for cancer patients. You're not going to have any fucking healthcare. Defund the science and technology systems and universities. We're doing all of that. Yeah, it's fucked. Prime Minister 2003 to 2014 and has been president since 2014. Turkey needs term limits. Turkey used to have them. That's the thing, pre-breakfast banana. Not only did he go from being prime minister to the president, but the president used to only be it didn't have any power. The president in Turkey back in the day was equivalent to like our vice president in the amount of power that they have. But when his term limit was up with prime minister, he had a they changed the constitution of the country to make it so he can continue running, which I think he's hit his term limit now, but he also just said that he would run again anyway, but also transferred all of the powers from the prime minister to the figurehead position of president, so that once he runs for president, he's still got to keep all the power. And then obviously there was the coup, and then there was the purges. Like, Turkey really did go full authoritarianism. It's quite funny to me that Donald Trump doesn't get along with Turkey, because it seems like they would and they should. He hacked the system, technically been in power the different time, but different jobs. Exactly, no. Honestly, like, again, it surprises me that they're not on their good sides. Like, I talked about this yesterday, in that Marco Rubio being the Secretary of State, and as well as I think another cabinet pick, it's actually really bad for Turkey specifically, because they all hate Turkey. I think it was Pete Hegseth who was talking about this Israeli spread rumor, which I have yet to still find any credibility for, that Hamas is moving its headquarters to Turkey from Qatar. So like we're definitely trying to start shit with our ally and the second largest military in NATO for some reason. Who knows? I mean, obviously, like, Turkey's not going to go to war with America. They would lose, but they don't like them. So yeah, so look at this. All of this is what Malay did. Now imagine this, but worse. That's Project 2025. Malay obviously didn't lean in as heavy. And remember, Vivek says he wants this, but on steroids. So closed off public media, froze food distribution to soup kitchens, set to sell off public companies in the fields of nuclear energy, aviation, fuel, mining, electricity, just getting rid of every last bit of socialism from the country. Now, my dad's not here, but he does watch the streams later on. I made a joke about how he's not going to be happy with me for talking shit about Erdogan. My dad does not like Erdogan, might I add. Let me make that clear. It's just... authoritarianism is not foreign to me or my family. Put it to you that way. There are risks involved in talking shit about dictators, and the one that my dad is most familiar with scares him. It's funny. It's cute, you know? As if anything can happen to me from Turkey. I mean, I can't ever go there again. I know that. They'd arrest me straight at the airport at this point from all the shit that I've said, but who cares? I can't go to, what? You're not ruining anything. You don't have to apologize at all. Thank you for, like, inputting and having a conversation with me. I enjoyed that, Pranarch. You never have to apologize for A, inputting your opinion, and B, initiating an interesting conversation. You even said something to me that I hadn't considered, that I now have on a list of stuff to look up after stream about, like, Zionist Turks and their beliefs, because I have not seen much of that. And I want to, like, I want to know, A, how many there are, and exactly, like, what they're doing and what they believe. I'm sure, like, I never outwardly, like, denied their existence. It just never occurred to me that that was a thing. Now, what else have they done? Eliminated 9 ministries, including the Ministry of Women, of course. Yeah, you're a very nice guy, Pernarch. You're welcome to stay as long as you like and ask as many questions as you want. I like answering questions. You think, like, this is my favorite part of streaming? It's not. This is important, and I always will show you things that I feel that are not only important, but that you really should see. But my favorite part about streaming is when you guys start a conversation and it's interesting and we go back and forth and I'm answering questions. Like, that's what I like about this the most. And also that leads to change. This, most of you are probably second screen, like playing a video game right now. Malay dismantled all gender policies, defunded services, including those for survivors of domestic and sexual violence. Last year, more than 170,000 people accessed these services. Now they cannot. While official figures show that femicide is committed every 35 hours in Argentina, it's now unclear anyone will keep track of that statistic. That number has definitely gone smaller amounts of time. This is also going to be an issue in America. We've already seen the amount of increase in violent rhetoric towards women. Rape and physical assault threats are going up. These people obviously incite this kind of behavior. How many Nazi rallies have we covered since, like, even, I was going to say the week before the election, but just the week of the election? closed the Institute Against Discrimination, Racism, and Xenophobia, which he called a sinister body used for ideological persecution. Literally, like, this is just Project 2025 having already been implemented. I did not, like, I knew that ANCAPs were bad, and I knew that Argentina was fucked, but I didn't know that they did literally just Project 2025. So, this is actually a really good way to predict what could happen here. Obviously, we're going a bit further with it, but details the need to assemble an army of loyalists from day one to carry out the task of reducing the state. We already have that here with the maggots. The Heritage Foundation has a database of some 20,000 people in the US who would make up a transitional staff for Trump, but it would require firing tens of thousands. Yeah, of course, we know that. Malay is actively persecuting civil servants. That's also part of the plan. In fact, Donald Trump said yesterday, telling like Congress, like, do not allow Biden to like appoint any more judges. I don't want any more of these approved, because we were putting in judges that are Democrats before Trump gets in, and they can block that now, which is why, by the way, I was very much on board with Bernie Sanders when he said, no, we should not have one of the only non-right-wing Supreme Court people step down so we can appoint a younger person. They wouldn't have let us appoint one. They didn't let Obama appoint one. Trump should have only had 2 picks for the Supreme Court. He stole one of Obama's because Congress just was like, nah, we're not going to do it. That's kind of the issue with our system, right? Is at any point, they can just say, no, I don't feel like it. And there's no consequences for that, because we don't know, like, no one knows what to do other than appease them. We don't have anything foundational built to deal with this problem. War on gender. I mean, look, I would read this, but you've all been paying attention for at least the last month, so I'm sure you can kind of understand. But, you know, abortion, gone. Teenage pregnancy, up. Banned gender-inclusive language, banned LGBT people, trans people are illegal, blah, 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 blah. All this is missing is the camps. So expect something very similar. What the hell is a Republican or a Democrat judge? That sounds wrong. Well, the judges aren't Republicans or Democrats necessarily. The judges are supposed to be judges that are neutral. It's just appointed by a Democrat. Because, for example, the judges that Trump appointed last time around have not been neutral. They've been very biased. For example, the judges that Trump appointed that were given cases of other Trump supporters were much more likely to try and delay the case as long as possible. In the case of like the Georgia case for Donald Trump, and for the classified documents case in Florida, both of which landed at the desk of a Republican judge that Donald Trump had appointed, as well as like many cases of election denialists in election boards that are still in litigation, and January 6th defendants. Now, the issue being the judge isn't Republican or Democrat. It's more, are they liberal or are they conservative leaning? Well, I mean, to be fair, it was always this way. Peekaboo. Like, this isn't, hold on, here we go. Packing the courts. This happened like multiple times from both sides throughout, like, essentially the entirety of the existence of the United States. Hold on. Both Dems and Republicans have done this, but so has like FDR. In fact, like, I love FDR. He's done some not great stuff, but also did some good stuff. But Judiciary Act of 1869, Congress established the Supreme Court. Sure. In 1936, Roosevelt won a sweeping re-election victory. In the months following, he proposed to reorganize the federal judiciary by adding new justices each time a justice reached age 70 and failed to retire. The legislation was unveiled in 1937. Publicly denying the president's statement, Chief Justice Charles Evans Hugh reported that there is no congestion of cases on our calendar. When we rose March 15th, we heard the arguments, blah, 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 blah. They argued back and forth on it. And instead of continuing to argue, what instead happened was Where is it? Roberts previously ruled against New Deal legislation. His support was seen as a result of political pressure. By alleviating the political pressure to create a court more friendly to the New Deal, the reversal came known as the switch in time that saved the nine. However, recent legal historical scholarship called the narrative into question. How exactly did he go about doing this again? I know that it was like adding specific people to the court, but I want the breakdown. Give me the breakdown. Not the New Deal, not the actual, come on, all right. Public reaction, Senate here, reform legislation. The provision of the bill adhered to four central principles, allowing presidents to appoint one new, younger judge each time with 10 years of service who did not retire or resign within 6 months after reaching the age of 70, which I do still think I think that is a requirement. I just don't think that we add one every time that happens. Limitations upon the number of judges the president can appoint, no more than 6 justices and no more than 2 of any lower court, with a maximum allocation between 2 of 50 new judges after a bill has been passed into law. This is still true. And theoretically, this means that Donald Trump could just pick 6 judges that have served in office as judges anywhere in the country for the last 10 years and make all 6 of them Supreme Court judges the day one of him being in office. But Biden could also do this right now. All it does is it's like a balance scale. It can tip the balance one way or tip the balance the other, which is why we haven't added Supreme Court, we haven't added any new justices, because there is a decent balance right now. I guess the problem the problem is American exceptionalism. That is absolutely true, by the way. American exceptionalism is often the problem. But honestly, like right now, most Americans, like at the very least the right, don't believe in American exceptionalism. It's weird. They're talking about America being like the garbage dump of the world, and that we've fallen, that we're the weakest we've ever been. They're not, we're the best. They're saying we should be the best. Now, to be fair, I think they're wrong, and I do think that we are the strongest and richest country in the world. I don't think we're exceptional. I think we're the strongest and richest country in the world because of the exploitation of literally everyone on Earth for the benefit of 1,000 people. But that's reality, and Republicans, conservatives, really Americans broadly, don't like to deal in reality. People post healthcare bills all the time. I see international people chime about how crazy it is. Well, yeah, that's the thing. And to be fair, most of the right don't see this. Let me explain Trump's policies. When he got votes from... No, already wrong. That's not how that worked, Pranarch. The Muslim vote did not win him the election in any way, shape, or form. Donald Trump purely only won this election because Democrats didn't show up to vote. That's it. It's not more, he gained maybe 2 million voters from demographics he usually doesn't get, but he lost 5 million voters from his 2016 run. The only reason that Democrats lost is because they didn't run economic populism. The problem is the strongest and richest doesn't get you very far if only a few people... Well, yeah, exactly. This is true. That's why I'm a socialist. I think it should be illegal to be a billionaire. I genuinely think that we should redistribute all of their wealth, and specifically, most of the 1,000 billionaires in America should be put in prison for the rest of their lives. I can think of a few that I can 100% say belong in prison for the rest of their lives, but yes, agreed. But speaking about Gaza for a second, just because you were bringing it up, Pranarch, I need you to understand that, first of all, your explanation of what you think Trump's policies are incorrect in general. I disagree with pretty much everything you've said here. I don't even know where to start to disprove that, honestly. You might have to bear with me as we go through this piece by piece. But no, that is not the plan. It's so much worse than what you think it is. Now, again, let's go with this first. We got stuff to get through with stream, and then we can like chat theory afterward. Again, I'm planning on at some point next week we're gonna do a full stream where it's just gonna be me talking about theory, explaining the difference between like capitalism, socialism, communism, explaining what words mean to people. If you guys have any questions of any like philosophical or social topics, I know I haven't seen For Profit Media in a while, but they're usually pretty confused about gender stuff. So like I'm gonna make a day specifically for that. I don't expect Trump to have any plan that his advisors won't shut down. Well, Trump doesn't make any decisions. His brain is soup. The country is run by his advisors and also by the Russian and Chinese government. And the plan is already created. Project 2025 is the plan. They made the plan years ago. Like we just talked about how Argentina did exactly the same plan. Like before Trump was president, obviously within the last 4 years, the Heritage Foundation wrote Project 2025. They finished it around 2022. In 2023, Javier Milei asked the Heritage Foundation for help, and they literally gave him the document, and then he went home and did the document. So if you look at Argentina, you can see the future of what you can expect for the US, except it'll be much worse than that. Because we're also going to add deportations to the list, which alone will crash the economy. And if you think his advisors won't allow him to do that, you need to go and watch my last couple streams. His advisors are frothing at the mouth for it. Actually, most of the country is at this point.
I have so many friends that were Bernie or bust. And when you didn't win in 2016 or 2020, they bust. They checked out of politics, and then they hard pivoted into Bitcoin.
Really?
Then they pivoted into ketamine and Zen. Let's see where that goes.
By the way, straight up, pivoting into Bitcoin, greatest indicator that someone's doing a right-wing grift. And obviously this is a dig on Elon Musk, but that is genuinely a pipeline.
And then they hard pivoted into Bitcoin.
Really?
Then they pivoted into ketamine and Zen. Let's see where that goes. But they are despondent. What do you say to my friends who now feel like you may be falling in line a little bit too much with the corporate democratic establishment?
At this particular moment in history, and perhaps in any moment.
By the way, to add into this, it's not just the corporate democratic establishment, because he's been getting some flack for not disagreeing with literally everything that comes out of the right. So this goes into that as well. And I've talked about why I'm on board with him doing what he's doing. He's the literal only person in America that conservatives will listen to. He's the only one, the only one that will tell them reality and they will trust him. Republican voters like Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, even this time around, likely would have won. 2020 and 2016 would have annihilated.
History, despair is not an option. To say, well, I supported Bernie, he didn't win, I'm going into Bitcoin. Sorry, not good enough.
That's going to be your most controversial statement.
Not good enough.
All right, so I think
not good enough.
If you're a human being who wants to live in a sane and decent society, who is concerned about your kids, you know what? Sorry, you don't have a right to check out. That's a privilege you don't have. I lost. I was there. I'm not dropping out. You got to look at the world as it is and do the best you can. And people can disagree, Hassan, what is the best? How do we go forward? But dropping out is certainly not one of the options.
I have so many.
I've been saying this for a while now, and I'm going to keep saying it. That is, first of all, absolutely correct. I'm sorry, you don't have the right to check out. That is a luxury. You checking out is you actively choosing to be complicit in the harm of others. Can you do much? Probably not. Can you do anything? Yes. Even just paying attention, even if you live outside of the US, talking, tweeting, adding media, adding to the noise. It's all useful. It's not nothing. Now, obviously, tweeting isn't praxis, but it's not nothing. And if you can do something, which a lot of people can, and if you live in America, you've watched me before, you've likely heard me tell you, go run for fucking office. I don't care if it's your local council, I don't care if it's your school board, I don't care if it's your state legislature. Make change from the bottom up. Positive change will never come from the top down. Ever. Now is the time to pay the most attention. Now is the time that you can make change. Now is the time we need you to make the most change. We are going to have a fascist government within a couple months. We may never get a free and fair election again. We might get a free election in 2026. Probably won't be a fair one. Be on the ballot. Go change the Democrats from the inside, because a third party breaking off like the DSA, as much as I love the idea, without ranked choice voting being standard, third parties are not capable of winning and holding government in the United States. It's just not, it's physically not possible. The system is built to prevent it, especially when you like talk about the Electoral College, because the popular vote doesn't mean much. Go enter the government, make a difference. And by the way, like, this is how popular the policies of socialists are in the country. This is from the this is the donation map for the 2020 primaries. Look at how much of the country was donating to Sanders. This isn't just Democrats. This is Democrats and Republicans. Like, genuinely, look at that map and then look at this map right next to each other. Fine, whatever. Do you see the idea of maybe economic populism could have won all of these states over? It's not hard. You can change it. Even under fascism, you will be able to change it, especially if you're white and a man. But even if you're not white, even if you're not a man, we're not there yet, you know? Well, I mean, it's a decent analogy, pre-breakfast banana. Here we're soaring and here we're crashing into the ground, bleeding out and dying. So Pramak, are you Turkish? Just out of curiosity. Like, because you talk about Turkish politics in a way that is far more educated than the average non-Turkish person. Lennon, are you actually? Because I just kind of expected you to be like not white, but not white, you know? Like, kind of the way that like I'm not white, but depending on the time of day, the cop that pulls me over might be like, you're white enough. Fair enough. But Pranark, do you live in Turkey? Or are you Turkish? Evening, Bulletproof Bullet. Welcome back. You missed all the fun stuff. No, actually, not all the fun stuff. We got plenty to go, actually. Just trying to decide what's next. Oh, well, you know, while we're talking about the Middle East, good step. Continued evidence that John Fetterman is not a Democrat in any way, but Pope Francis calls for genocide investigation into Gaza. Well, no worries, Bulletproof Bullet. It's not like you have to check in. This is you come and watch for enjoyment, not because I tell you to. I'm not the dictator of the world, as much as the world would be much better if I was, even for a day. Make me dictator for a day. I'll fix everything. I'm kidding. That would be bad. Don't do that. But yeah, John Fetterman, not even, like, the guy pretends to be a Democrat. He's not. He's not been on the side of the Democrats for even like a second. Not in years. But we're finally getting acknowledgement that this is genocide after the UN said this is genocide. And finally, you know, we're on board. I am really in Turkey, very difficult situation. I hope one day we'll have out to live well, dealing with aggressive issues every day. Yeah, I could tell. I was like, you sound like you definitely live in Turkey because of the detail of which you understand Turkish politics. And just the fact that you called it AK Party instead of AKP. I was like, AK Party? I was like, no, this is a Turkish person. Good luck. I'm sorry that you live there. I hope that it gets better. The world will be better when we work together. It makes me really happy to know that there are people in countries all over the world that are watching not only me, but other streamers like me. It's like, this is where the movement comes from, you know? entire news media is being ignored. We know this from the exit polls. We know that it made no difference. Everybody gets their news online now. Most of them don't even get their news from sources that are considered news. Fuck, hold on. I'm going to play this video, but there is an article that I found this morning, and I really should have saved it. It's insane. Here, watch this while I find it.
Voting in favor of this important, significant resolution. This is.
By the way, this is the very first acknowledgement from Australia of, like, officially of Israel committing a genocide. Up until this, we've had a couple MPs that have spoken out who were being aggressively sued by the Zionist Federation, who is a pack of lawyers here that try and shut down anybody who talks about Israel in a negative way. Oh, by the way, sorry, I forgot. If you hear me say the Z word, please warn me. I'm not allowed to say Zio anymore. And again, no worries. You guys don't need to apologize for going and coming back, you know. Like, I feel like I'm the teacher sometimes. You know, raise your hand. Can I go to the bathroom, Miss Vizora? Everyone has really been slow to react on this, despite similar things happening in Myanmar, which, well, that's because everyone's, like, the economic intertwinement between the global economy and Israel is the reason for this. Again, like, it didn't take much for the world to say, oh, South Africa's committing genocide and apartheid. Myanmar, also true. We literally bombed Serbia. Like, it's just all of the money that goes in and out of Israel and the industries that are connected. I don't understand why so many Turkish people living abroad voted for Erdogan. I can explain that one to you, and that's because of propaganda. There is, like, almost no free media that comes out of Turkey, and almost all of the media is either partially state-owned, or public media that is heavily influenced by the state, and those that don't live in Turkey often only get the propagandized versions of the talking points, as well as the people who live outside of Turkey and often vote for Erdogan are wealthy. And the wealthy, again, often benefit more from right-wing policies. The people who live in Turkey are often less wealthy than expatriated Turkish people. Myanmar, Buddhist versus communist, Burmese, Rohingya Muslims. Again, Myanmar, like, I still don't even, I'm not sure that I would consider those people communists. A lot of them are just kind of insane. It also ties into historic World War II fears of ganging up against the Jews, even though, well, yes, but also, like, the literal creation of Israel was done by, like, Jewish militias that were trying to work with the Nazis before the war ended. Like, genuinely, like, they were trying to get help from the Nazis to come get rid of the Palestinians, and also saying, well, you guys don't have to, like, put all the Jews in the death camps. You can just send them to here. Like, we'll be in Israel away from you. That's how they formed Israel. And one of the main militias, one of the main Nazi-aligned militias, actually became, over time, the Likud party, the leading party in the Knesset, and the party of which Benjamin Netanyahu belongs to. I've covered on stream a literal letter from 1940 something from Albert Einstein and 50 other academics talking about how Israel has been built with, like, fascism as a foundation and worryingly Nazi-esque behavior, and that this needs to be fixed or it will get really bad. Or, like, literally, like, instant after the formation of Israel, we have Einstein talking about this. But no. And this is the same reason I'm against, like, the idea of Rhodesia, because it just feels like another Israel, but they kind of deserve it more in that they're literally all under attack in the same area. But again, I would be much more in favor of just, like, hey, like, all of you Kurds that are being persecuted, American citizenship, come on over, get you a job. I can get them a job. That's the thing, right? Is a lot of the issues that we have in our governments are not issues that we can't fix. They're issues because of incompetence. For example, we're about to talk about Australia. This is what we're moving on to. We're going to talk about Australia and Palestine for a second. But one of the major issues, one of the few major issues in Australia right now is A, we have a housing crisis, and B, our energy costs are very high. Now, our energy costs are ridiculously high for multiple stupid reasons, some of which include the fact that we sell our oil and coal and natural gas for not a profit. Like, we don't profit from selling it sometimes. In fact, we often make a loss sometimes. It's insane. It's confusing. It's confusing that we get better information from streamers than our government. They seem to be well, that's because streamers like me don't have an incentive to lie to you. This is one of the reasons why I don't take advertisements, because that could be seen as a reason to lie to you, where the government absolutely has a reason to lie to you. But again, let me continue on, right? So we have not only the issue of housing, but energy in Australia. We also have this anti-immigrant sentiment, which comes from the fact that most of the housing crisis exists in major cities like Sydney and Melbourne, which is where most of the immigrants are moving. Now, it's actually kind of a perfect situation, because most of the immigrants that currently are causing the anti-immigrant sentiment, but also contributing to the housing market crisis in big cities, because there's not enough houses and there's higher amounts of demand for it, are skilled laborers, are people who are good at building things, something that Australians stopped going to school for and we desperately need. So essentially, what we have is a situation where our energy prices are too high, we have not enough houses, and we have a bunch of immigrants that can build things. Can any of you think of a possible solution that fixes all of these problems? Well, the liberals on the right think the way to solve this is to build 7 nuclear power plants across Australia that would take 15 years, cost an unknown amount of money, and would mean that we continue to pay the coal companies for 10 years. I have a better idea. Why not? And I know this is a bit socialist of me, but subsidize the idea of paying these immigrants who are in the cities and are looking for homes and jobs to move further out from the cities, construct homes and communities for them to live in, give them the houses, honestly, because once they're done constructing the homes and the little communities, then they start constructing energy infrastructure. We are Australia. The country is flat ground, sunny, windy. Build solar panels, build wind farms, build batteries. Then these skilled workers can live there. They can receive additional training if necessary in maintenance. Building these things isn't super technical, by the way. And bam, there you go. Housing crisis fixed. All the immigrants have moved, and they all now have jobs and are producing clean, renewable energy for the entire country. We could do that in 2 to 3 years tops, whereas the liberals, like the right, the liberals in Australia are the Republicans, will make energy more expensive overall, because their idea of building nuclear power plants involves it being 10 to 15 years to build. 10 to 15 years from now, the material that we use in a nuclear power plant to create the energy will continue to get more expensive because it's already quite expensive. My plan is easy, simple, works, and solves all the problems. What it doesn't do is make rich people richer, which is why we don't do it. This is the case for almost every single problem that your country likely has. There is probably a very simple, easy solution to it. It just doesn't benefit the rich. It doesn't benefit the rich. And I made a video on this, and I asked, I begged people, I was like, please, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. Show me how I'm wrong. I want someone to tell me that I'm insane, to think that I know better from my 2 months of paying attention to Australian politics than the leader of the opposition party. But no, I clearly do. In Florida, I saw some great stuff here. It was a huge solar farm. Too bad your entire state's going to be underwater in 10 years, but, at least they're trying. Doesn't, Trump think that windmills make the whales cry or something?
Part of the trajectory adopted by this government to support Palestinian rights and to acknowledge the Palestinian rights, including self-determination of the Palestinian people and the recognition of
I don't hate Florida. I really don't. I have a lot of friends in Florida, actually. When I say your state's gonna be underwater in 10 years, I'm not being mean. I'm literally telling you that that's the case of what's going to happen. Even Donald Trump has said so, although he was wrong in how he said it. He's like, oh, it'll be more beachfront property, when mathematically that's not how that works. But unfortunately, yeah, I don't hate Florida though. If you run your own solar, you don't need a farm. There's some industry gains for solar. I really do need to get some form of a solar panel or something. I rent. I don't own a house, so it's not like I can install solar in my roof, but I could probably convince my landlord to do it. Who knows? I don't know. Guys, I'm poor, right? I have no money. I don't have a job right now. This is my job right now. My job is to do this until I can do this as a job, so I can't really invest in solar, but maybe one day. Many moons ago, they said, no, California is going to be a desert, Twisted Fish. I never said California would be an ocean. California, Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico are all essentially going to be the Australian outback. They kind of already are. It hits above 110 degrees regularly in Arizona. That shit's going to be uninhabitable. The best place to move to in the United States, if you want to live in the US and you want to ensure stability in the future, move to the Great Lakes region. The Great Lakes, by the way, are the only bodies of water in the world, the only freshwater bodies of water that are growing in size, not shrinking. It is also where the economy will boom. It's essentially Chicago will be the new New York City. I live in Palm Springs and I hate the summers. I'm telling you, California was never going to be the ocean. It was always going to be the desert. The ocean will be, actually, I'll pull it up for you. Hold on. Predicted climate change impact on land mass by rising sea levels. Map. There is a map for this. I mean, there's a few maps for this, and they're obviously just estimates, but let's see, is this a good one? Is this be a good one? Nope, that's a shitty one. Give me a real map. Give me an actual map, please. Map. Aha. Coastal flooding. Generating risk map. Should I sell now? If you live in California? Yeah. And no, Canada is not. Canada's about to fall to the right in a second too. Canada's about to be just as bad as America. Are you kidding me? You guys have what's his name? Roger Stone over there. So all of the red is area that will end up underwater. Well, it will be. I promise. I've yet to be wrong. All of you are like, oh, it's no chance that that's going to happen, but it always does. It always does. So California, not much flooding. Just some by Baja over there. West Coast is fine. They got elevation. Flooding is all down here. Well, the Bahamas are gone. Florida will not be entirely underwater. Okay, that's fine. Fort Myers is gone. West Palm Beach, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, a lot of that's going to be underwater. Tampa, you're going to have some issues all the way up Palm Springs. And then, yeah, I was going to say it's going to get much worse around Tennessee, New Orleans. Oh, yeah, New Orleans is fucked. And Eastern Texas. There's a mountain right next to Palm Springs. You can go up there. Well, that's true. We simply don't have the guns to be as bad as any American. Well, so that's the thing. It's not about you being as bad as American states. It's about your government being run by the people who agree with the Nazis who run our government. Well, if you live in Alabama, or close to, I mean, you said mobile. You can probably point it out on this map to yourself. I won't point it out because I can't find it, but you're probably... Oh, no, never mind. I found it. Fuck, you're fucked. Mate, you are fucked. Get out of the northwest of Mobile. If you're over here, you're fine. In fact, if you live like around here, maybe just to be safe a bit further, maybe like Mohawk, Boterra, you might have some beachfront property. So don't sell. You might end up rich. Yes, the red part is all like sea level rise. Pensacola, Florida. But this is all like predictions, by the way. Again, like this doesn't, I'm not saying you are 100% fucked. Is Pensacola North or South Florida? Point me to the issues. This is rising sea levels, you know? Can I post the link to this map? I can do that. Absolutely. Oh, Pensacola's over there. I thought Pensacola was in fucking Florida for some reason. Well, yeah, that's Pensacola. Again, like, if you... It needs to reset. It's building. Hold on. If you live, like, up over East Hill, you might have a beachfront property. Fish house is safe. You're, like, looking at specific landmarks of your town. The fish house, yeah. Well, actually, it might not be safe. And these are just predictions. This is likely actually going to get worse because this is based on our climate projections now, not after Donald Trump guts the EPA and we go drill baby drill, frack baby frack. So, you know. Oh, and you asked me for Michigan. None. Again, if you're going to move here. These are the only bodies of water that are freshwater that are still growing. This is where all the industry will be. If you have the money to move now, move now. You'll get a much nicer property before everyone else starts running over there as the climate changes, because all of this over here will be desert. Oregon and Washington will stay essentially the same. I expect a bit closer to Florida-like weather from Virginia up to maybe northern Pennsylvania. We're going to get more humidity and warmer days, more rain, and more snow up here. The expectation, which, by the way, this is a theory, it's not evidentiated, by the way, but there's two different theories that could happen. I subscribe to one, in that the equator is here, right down the middle. The equator, I believe, according to one of these theories, will have a shift in that it'll shift up a couple lines on... Actually, let me find an equatorial map that might actually help make my point. Equatorial map of the world. Thank you. Open image. That is too small. Assholes. Give me big image. Big image. Go. Okay, maybe this might be a big enough image. It's not. God damn it. Ah. Yeah, don't dox yourself, guys. Be careful. Like, we are talking about location, but okay, here we go. So, this is the equator. One of the theories that's stated is either due to climate change, we will have a shift in the equator in that one line down like 15 degrees and one line up will have climate that is equivalent to what the equator is now. So everything north of, if the equator jumps up and down one line at the same time, then every other line gets affected as well. So let's say the equator is now at 15 degrees, then the yellow here would actually be here, and then this would be green, and then this would be, you know, like this would be light green, this would be dark green. You can see what I mean. All of the weather patterns change very slightly. We talked about this with Australia specifically, in that I expect us to have more cyclones hitting northern Australia, but also more rainfall in southern Australia, whereas often we don't get as much rainfall in southern Australia. I also expect us to start getting snow in southern Australia. as the climate shifts as well. Actually, no, wait, we won't get snow because we're not far down enough, and then the snow will shift even further down. So we won't get any snow, but I expect weather pattern changes in that we might be getting rain in the center of Australia down to, like with the increase of cyclones, we might get more rain in the outback. Whereas down in southern Australia, I expect increase in fires and possibly tornadoes, because air pressure patterns are changing literally everywhere. I mean, again, we've been covering this all week in that New Jersey has 11 wildfires right now. I grew up in New Jersey, and not once in my life did I ever witness a wildfire. Ever. There are 11 right now. And by the way, Freaky Crab, your sneaky suspicion of someone on the right looking on that and saying not bad is absolutely true. In fact, a lot of them are buying property specifically up in like high up places so they can avoid any of the issues that come with this, as well as like Donald Trump literally said more beachfront property, even though that doesn't actually make sense. And Big City, y'all are cooked. I'm in the Midwest. You're better off in the Midwest than anyone on the West Coast, I would say, in Big City. Moving closer to the Great Lakes is still the best bet for all of you. And by the way, if you're afraid of the snow, I promise you it'll be less cold in a few years. Yeah. Lots of oil in North Pole. Canada and Russia are fighting for the territory. More gas, more warming. That's also true. Same with the South, I believe, in Antarctica. As the poles melt, we're going to have resource wars there too. I'm just waiting for like the million-year-old virus or bacteria that was frozen in the ice caps that like gets freed when RFK is in charge of the CDC and we all die because I don't know, he decides the only way to save humanity from this illness is to make you all like eat cyanide pills. That'll kill the virus, is cyanide. That's that like I don't even know. I grew up on Lake Ontario. We get far less snow. A lot of species move north, like ticks. Well, exactly. You can even notice the difference in the wildlife around you. Ticks. I'm so glad we don't have a tick problem in Australia, at least not where I live in Australia. RFK is more than a little crazy, Garb. We covered him yesterday. Guy's like wild. He thinks that antidepressants cause school shootings. At least in 2050, there won't be more oil to burn. True, there might not be any people to burn it, though. Never saw one the entire time I was a kid. You could just roll around the grass, carefree. Again, like, the changes to the climate are evident. This is one of the main reasons they want to defund the weather services. So you can't make these connections and say, oh, this is ExxonMobil's fault. This is BP's. You know that the person in charge of the energy, like the energy secretary, the new energy secretary, is literally the CEO of like a fracking company, right? Trump administration, second cabinet. We're looking at this yesterday. Second cabinet. Well, I mean, JFK was crazy in a different way. RFK is a whole other story. Hey, we'll find out soon. It's either JFK or Martin Luther King, but one of there's like classified tapes that are getting released in 2025 after like a time runs out that we'll find out, but I can't remember which one of them it is. So, but like again, like look at this. This is our cabinet. We have neocon ass-kisser Marco Rubio. We have a white nationalist who doesn't believe in germs and a Fox News host as the and massive Islamophobe as the Secretary of Defense, a pedophile as the Attorney General. These Doug Burgum is Secretary of Interior. He was just like another like Hitler-right Republican. Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce. This one just came out today. Oh, look, chairman and CEO of a, what is it, BGC Group. I bet you this is venture capitalists. Yep, essentially. Then we have RFK, the insanity one. Sean Duffy, transportation, energy. It was Chris Wright who I was talking about. Literally, like, CEO of Liberty Energy, North America's second largest hydraulic fracking company. Secretary of Energy. Insane. Insane. Every choice here has been horrible. Oh, and then, you know, Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, literal Russian agent. Director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe, another literal Russian agent. Ambassador to the UN, Elise Stefanik, another literal Russian agent. Lee Zeldin, another guy who doesn't believe in climate change. All of this is horrible. So be prepared, guys, you know? Marco Rubio might be the most normal one there. Well, he's not. Well, he is, but he's also one of the larger war hawks. Marco Rubio is the one that's like calling for us to go to war with Turkey because of like a rumor of Hamas moving infrastructure into Turkey. I've been saying this for a while. These people just want war. Even the Republicans are screaming like, oh, fuck, like Trump fucked us over. He promised no new wars. And all of these people want war. And it is government cosplay. None of these people are serious people. Okay, first, like, half of these people have been in government. None of them are serious. They're all grifters. And the ones that haven't been in government are all totally unserious grifters as well. This is just like, let's have fun government party for like Hitler and the Hitlerites. Let's just do whatever the hell we want. Again, pedophile is the attorney general, a white nationalist who like specifically hates Muslims outright as the director of the Secretary of Defense, a guy who literally doesn't even believe that women should be in the military, which is insane because, you know, why would the person who's in charge of the one of the main people in charge of the military want to reduce the size of the military by cutting out all of the women in it? I don't know, whatever. Kristi Noem, we have the dog killer. I don't really have much else on her. She's just another one of your average terrible Republicans. But like it's all pretty bad, guys. It's all pretty bad. Now, I just want to I want you guys to understand, really dig in here why this happened.
People are
It's
voting
not about anything except this. This is why. This is why. By the way, this is the same reason that the Germans voted for Hitler. I talked about this as well. Just imagine Germany standing up to fascist Trump America. Maybe I should put that in my bingo card. Well, who knows? I mean, the Germans are essentially the most pro-Israel country in the world besides us. So
people are voting out incumbents as a rejection of whatever their material conditions are. And I absolutely, even though a lot of people are downplaying the Gaza genocide and the Ukraine war as factors in this election, I do not think that you can uncouple the economic conditions and hardships of Americans with the periphery and backdrop of funneling tens of billions of dollars to our foreign policy. I mean, to subsidize a genocide. I don't think that that can be uncoupled for the average person to say, hey, that doesn't make sense. Why can't I pay for bread or eggs at the grocery store? But like, we have unlimited money to kill babies. So, yeah. You know, I think
it's not even really the killing babies bit though. Like, all of this is true, and this is, I haven't watched the whole video. I only watched like the first 30 seconds of it before I decided to cover it on stream, as I tend to do. But the point here, Democrats would rather have fascism than Bernie Sanders populism. That is the point, in that every time given the opportunity, Democrats have chosen fascists over Bernie Sanders style populism. At the very beginning of Kamala Harris's campaign, it seemed like she was going to lean into economic populism. And then the DNC happened, and then gone. No more of that. We will never win again unless we run economic populism. Again, the German people voted for Adolf Hitler at most, like the common denominator was because they perceived it would economically benefit them the most. That's it. It's that simple. We get to invade the US and bring freedom this time. I mean, who's we? Is it America gets to invade America to bring freedom? I'm really shocked that the same woman Republican Nikki Haley and Tulsi Gabbard, real Islamophobic Indian Hindu nationalists, are in America. Well, I mean, Nikki Haley is like Nikki Haley. Tulsi Gabbard, though, literally works for the Russian government. So she doesn't, like, she says what she's told to say, but yes, she is a, like, rage. Every single one of those people that I just showed you on the list of Trump's picks are all raging Islamophobic. Like, they hate Muslims. It is normal in the United States to hate Muslims. I talked about this a little bit last stream, in that, like, I don't want to really bring myself into drama here, but I covered the thing that Ethan Klein did about, like, is it Twitch or is it terrorism? And I talked about how there's been all of this, like, yelling and screaming about anti-Semitism on Twitch, which, by the way, anti-Semitism is real and is a real problem. It's just not coming from the left. But the idea that you can scream about anti-Semitism on Twitch and then just be blatantly Islamophobic. And by the way, like, nobody has gotten banned for Islamophobia on Twitch except Asmongold for like a week for just going full mask off and going further than anyone else. Whereas, like, people often get banned for, like, anti-Semitism on Twitch. They got banned for doing, like, the white person words tier list, and they, like, a bunch of, like, Arab influencers. I think one of them was even Hassan's mod. So, like, Islamophobia in the United States is perfectly normal. No one will tell you off for it. After 9/11, it was just always... I grew up in New Jersey after 9/11. I grew up with this. And it hasn't gotten, like, much better. It's just gotten quieter. We used to have songs about, like, bombing other countries to death. Maybe he is Modi, Indian leader, agents in America. Not well, actually, to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised. Right now, I'm pretty sure our government is being influenced by Russia, China, Israel, Iran a little bit, probably India, probably fucking the UK and everybody else. Who knows? Why wouldn't they? We have legalized bribery, and clearly we have no care about, like, international influence. Turkey was bribing the mayor of New York for 10 years. So, and he's still the mayor of New York. His entire staff got, like, arrested. He was charged. He's still the mayor of New York. Who's got the freedom with less work hours, more pay, more vacation, and free healthcare? Well, that's, you know, very true. Very, very true. They never learn, and that's what we need to learn. Exactly. These, like, the Democrats will never help you. They do not learn their lesson. They learned the lesson of we need to be more right-wing. Whereas, like, the Kamala Harris campaign was a Republican campaign, and they learned that they need to be more right-wing to appease the right. You can literally never do so. Where is this? There's an SDL tweet that's a banger, just from a couple days ago. Here we go. I love capitalism, I hate socialism. Democrats are all Marxist communists. I love capitalism, I hate socialism. Democrats are all Marxist communists. I love capitalism, I hate socialism. Democrats are all Marxist communists. Big enough stimulus, public health option, $15 minimum wage, union strike. Like, every single time you try and appease the right, nothing comes from it. They will just call you a Marxist communist and then do what they wanted to do anyway. They don't care. So stop trying to appease the right. Don't work with them. Work with the people you can work with. Bring the people you can bring over. But these people, don't try and stop them from calling you a Marxist communist. I've said it. Call them Marxist communists. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. They're not like, it's not like they're not lying. It's not like they're not lying to you. Just respond to the lie in a way that makes them confused. Because the only people giving you that are operatives of the capital class. There is no normal people that just, like, believe this, feel that way, and spend the time, like, going around and talking to people. No one does that unless it personally benefits them. Hitler screwed them by colluding with the industrial... Well, Hitler broke every union, and, like, that's exactly what Trump's going to do as well. They've talked about it, destroying labor unions. They're literally following the Nazi plan. I'm in Germany, so we, the Germans, get to bring freedom. Well, I mean, we'll see. You, the Germans, might lose your freedom, too. I know that the AfD won't get, like, the entirety of your government, but step by step by step, you know? Meloni's in power in Italy. Every like day in France, we get Le Pen closer and closer to power. Like, it's fucked. It's fucked. It's fucked. That was weird, sure, but again, she is a Russian agent. So that's all you need to understand about her actions. She's probably told to not do that on purpose. It's insane. Like, again, go on my Discord. I literally posted all my Tulsi Gabbard sources because Garb was asking, like, to see them in more of a on their own. The Arab Jew tier list, was that it? Was that just like wasn't the reason they got banned for the Arab Jew tier list just because they said if you like Sabra brand hummus, then you don't get invited to the cookout, which is like just like don't support Israeli companies? You like that's why they got banned from Twitch, wasn't it? Is because they said don't support Israeli companies, and then they misrepresented that as don't support Israel in general, right? What does Vanish do? Certified garbage. Most of the world is going fascist in 2024. I guess it's a fad. Well, maybe. Again, there have been strong efforts to stop it, but yes, it does seem like most of the world is shifting in this direction. But if it makes you guys feel any better, fascists are stupid and bad at ruling. They are incompetent. How long did the Nazis last? Not very long. There are certain instances of Nazis that do manage to stay in power and last, but generally those are the more competent ones and not the ones that we currently have. And yes, you are correct. I don't know who you're talking about, Pranarch, but he's saying that Muslim people have lower culture, and never forget then saying it for the whole 2 billion Muslims. Who are you talking about? I'm confused. I mean, I believe that. That is literally the type of thing people would say, but I don't know. I'm so far behind in chat. Jesus, sorry, I'm going to have to skip some of you guys. Yes, Germans are proud of the AfD. Many of them, not all of them. There's plenty in my chat that are not. Okay. I didn't know what that does, certified garbage, so thank you. Again, like, I have only ever watched one Twitch stream. I've been on this side of the screen my entire, like, time on this app. Not on your side. And yes, that was what Asmongold said, yeah. And that's the only reason he got banned. He was the only one that got banned for Islamophobia. Yeah, it was seen as an anti-Semitic dog whistle, which is ridiculous because that was just a misrepresentation of the general, like, pro-Palestinian protester behavior of don't buy from Israeli companies. I remember watching it where they were describing it as like, oh, you can't eat Sabra. That means they hate Israel because that's Israeli. They don't eat hummus. That's not true. You can eat hummus. Just don't eat Israeli hummus. Don't buy from Israeli companies. That was one of the main, like, drilling points at the very beginning of the protests. The fact that this is being not only referred to as a dog whistle, that this is being conflated with anti-Semitism and then used to shut down, like, 4 people having a conversation that just objectively is not anti-Semitic is fucked. Like, it is absolutely fucked. It's ridiculous.
It's a huge problem, right? And when you have the Democratic Party saying nothing will fundamentally change, well, the writing is on the wall. I mean, any of us could have predicted what was coming if we just kind of laid it bare. And
yeah, I know, and that's because the median American is pretty dumb. It did look like it was a dumb thing to do. What they did was stupid. Let me make that clear. In the environment that we are in, that was not a smart thing to do. I just don't think inherently any of it was it was just optically it was bad. That was it. It was just optically bad. However, my point realistically is that there is a lot of talk about anti-Semitism that goes unchecked on Twitch that comes from people like Destiny and Ethan Klein, which is just untrue. And on top of this, Elon Musk is suing Twitch now, saying that, like, Twitch is discriminating against, like, X, which is funny considering, like, you're saying there's an advertiser exodus. Meanwhile, the other company that also had a massive, like, advertiser exodus because of anti-Semitism is trying to get more anti-Semitism on Twitch. Look, it doesn't matter about the advertisers anyway, because in 2 months, they're going to take control of the FCC and the FTC. They're going to, regulate every tech company and every social media platform to be much more like Twitter. And then they're going to force the advertisers to work anyway. So Twitch will still work just fine. I might not be able to have chat on screen just because I don't want to get drone striked, but we'll see. It also changes stuff in a VOD. I'm kind of a noob at Twitch though. I have read the commands. My brain's just never going to retain them. But like, you get what I mean? Like, yes, Asman got a 14-day suspension for saying something anti-Muslim, but he's the only one. A lot of people say anti-Muslim stuff. And I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a problem. It is a problem. But it's not a primarily left problem. It's the same people that are saying anti-Islamophobic things that are saying anti-Semitic things. It's the Nazis. The left doesn't have an issue with Jews. We just have an issue with the word that I'm no longer allowed to say, including many Jews.
And they did not care enough to stop it. I think Kamala's whole performance and Biden's whole performance, I mean, we can't forget that Biden won on a progressive platform, right? Everyone was Joe
Biden, I'm gonna fucking, like, scream. The fact that I can't Fed post while talking, Joe Biden came up. Some of you might know. I've been very mad about this. Joe Biden is the literal reason that we lost this election. Again, it came out afterward, straight from Nancy Pelosi, that when Joe Biden decided to run again, internal Democrat polling suggested that if Joe Biden ran against Donald Trump, that Donald Trump would win 400 electoral points. This is before Biden decided to run again. And then he did, anyway. And when he dropped out, everyone, including Nancy Pelosi, was expecting an open primary. I wasn't. I didn't think they had the, I didn't think they had the sauce to do an open primary. They wanted an open primary. They were planning one. The only reason we didn't get one is because Joe Biden decided to immediately endorse Kamala Harris, which, made it moot. She may have actually still won that internal primary, but it would have been a chance for people to see her against others, to argue, to prove her points, and to earn the American people's vote. This could have led to more people showing up to fucking vote, whereas most of the country didn't. Again, if everyone in America voted every election in the last 10 elections, the Republicans would have won 0 times. America is primarily a leftist country. And I'm not talking about liberal. I'm talking the average American is in favor of free healthcare for everybody, free college for everybody, like social programs for childcare, paid leave for maternity and paternal leave. You can go down the list. It is insanity to pretend that we're not, but we don't get to actually become this because half of the country doesn't vote. Because Democrats feel like their vote doesn't matter, which, by the way, rightfully so. Again, if you voted for Bernie Sanders in 2016, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Tailing the Bernie Sanders movement because of how enormously popular his brand of progressive populist politics were. And so Biden, over the course of his presidency, unfortunately abandoned a lot of that. And then Kamala Harris, nothing will fundamentally change, ran one of the most conservative platforms, abandoned Medicare for all.
Walking around with Liz fucking Cheney.
And on fracking, federal jobs guarantee. I mean, all of those things just made no sense. Why would anyone who's remotely leaning conservative vote for Diet Coke when you can vote for the real thing? I think at this point, look, I was really energized about Bernie just because of the tens of millions of people that were in the streets mobilizing, because I felt it was a revolutionary moment to catalyze the masses. I never believed in electoral politics on a federal level, especially. I'm not saying to discount city council races and local districts, obviously referendums.
You can see that people like progressive policies. Abortion rights passed. Legalization of marijuana in a few of the states passed. Ranked choice voting remained. Down ballot races did much better for Democrats than Kamala Harris did. Why? Because people feel invested in their local politicians because they actually work for them and they know who they are. And the Dems went and talked about nothing. Nothing. No messaging. They could have. Joe Biden was the greatest president for labor since FDR. He was literally like, the longshoreman strike was supposed to cripple the country because they didn't, it was a planned thing that Trump was doing. But they didn't expect Joe Biden to just say, oh, I don't believe in Taft, and then walk away. The company immediately settled. He walked a picket line as the president. They took like Medicare costs down, which by the way, won't hit until after Trump's president and he'll take credit for. Infrastructure, again, Trump will take credit for. Took away billions in student debt, which Trump is just going to bring right back. There was a lot that was done that they could have like continued on. The child tax credit was all right. Like, it was a really good thing. Their messaging on it was piss poor. The opportunity economy that Kamala Harris had, I literally wanted to tear my hair out every time I heard her say opportunity economy. Opportunity economy literally sounds like some cyberpunk shit. So yes, it was horrible. It was genuinely horrible. And what happens, right, when you exist in a situation where these are your options and this is your media market? This is what I was looking for before. This just came out today from Pew Research. Yeah. Creators and consumers of world of news and information on social media. So first of all, what is a news influencer? I don't count in this. In this study, we use the term news influencer to refer to individuals who regularly post about current events and civic issues on social media and have at least 100,000 followers, any of Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, or YouTube. I would throw in Twitch here as well. So like anyone with 100K plus. This is where most Americans are getting their news. A unique Pew Research Center study provides deeper understanding of both the makeup of the news influencer universe and its audience. The project includes in-depth examination of a sample of 500 popular news influencers and the content they produce, derived from a review of more than 28,000 social media accounts. We also conducted a nationally representative survey of Americans to better understand who regularly gets their news from news influencers. I think his year, Bernie, well, yeah, so like Bernie in 2016 did technically win the primary. They literally cheated to make Hillary Clinton the nominee. Donna Brazile, who was the chair of the DNC, stepped down and apologized afterward, but he still would have won in 2020. That map I showed you of the blue map of Sanders, that was donations, like small donations, not corporate donations in the 2020 primaries. So he probably could have won this year, but he's too old. He's never going to run again. We need someone exactly like him. But, like who? There is nobody. There's nobody. Democrats have no one. One of you, be good about this and go run for president as a Dem. And just pretend that you'll do what the establishment says, and every time you go on stage, piss them off until you get public support and they have to shut the fuck up. And if they ever try and bring a goddamn Hillary Clinton staffer or a consultant near your campaign, you defenestrate that person immediately. If you don't know what defenestration is, it is the act of removing someone from a room by tossing them out a window. So again, not to their death, no harm, like, you know, make sure there's soft pillows for them to land on. But yeah, defenestration, that's what they should get. Still can't believe that Kamala Harris had Hillary Clinton consultants working for her. About 1 in 5 Americans, including a much higher share of adults under 30, 37%, say they regularly get their news from influencers on social media. News influencers are most likely to be found on Twitter, where 85% have a presence, but they're also on other social media sites, 50% on Instagram. YouTube is 44%. Really, I would have thought YouTube was higher. Slightly more news influencers explicitly identify as Republican, conservative, or pro-Donald Trump. I would say that this number is a bit of a conservative number. There's quite a lot more right-wing influencers. They just probably don't fit the definition of news influencer well enough to add into here, but they definitely should. Whereas 21% of news influencers are leftists or Democrats. I can believe that. A clear majority of news influencers are men, 63%. Cool, I'm another minority. I love being the minority every time. Most, 77%, have no affiliation or background with a news organization. That makes sense because, you know, a lot of these news influencers don't have the pedigree, don't have a university degree in journalism. You know, to be like a proper journalist, to go into journalism, they very, very heavily judge you and are very classist in the way that that works, in the way that how much respect you are given, what jobs you are given, what you're allowed to do, what you're allowed to say, how much editorial freedom that you get. So about 1 in 5 U.S. adults, say 21% of them get their news from social media, according to a survey 10,658 Americans conducted. Wait, why am I doing it like this? Oopsie. Survey of 10,658 Americans conducted in the summer of 2024. This is especially common among younger adults, 37% ages 18 to 29. We can see a very clear like shift in this age bracket towards the right, and that makes sense because of watching influencers again like Aiden Ross, like Andrew Tate and Charlie Kirk, and what was the other one though? I always mix Charlie Kirk and the other one that wife divorced him because he was a piece of shit. Now he went just about no fault divorce. What was his name again? Come on, help me out, guys. Right-wing grifter, kind of like Charlie Kirk, but not. His wife left him. There was a video of him like sitting in his backyard, smoking a cigar, yelling at his pregnant wife. Come on. Maybe I'll just find it if I just search right-wing influencer yells at pregnant wife. It is Republican. Steven Crowder, that's who it was. By the way, if you haven't seen this, this is Matt Walsh too. Matt Walsh is also a piece of shit. If you guys haven't seen this, by the way, this is how a lot of right-wing men believe that they should. This is the correct way to engage with your wife. And a lot of them think much worse than this. His wife left him, by the way, and now he whinges about like getting rid of no-fault divorce, which, by the way, they're doing. If you are, honestly, if you're a man or a woman watching this and you want to divorce your spouse, do it now. Like, file today. You won't be able to very soon.
Because I drew a boundary. I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary of abusive and cruel. You were not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do wifely things, then I will go pick up the groceries.
There's no groceries. I do have
Steaks, wood pellets, my grill. I know it's an unreasonable request, but I'll go do it.
Okay, just straight off the bat, first of all, yes, cringe. First off, he's sitting there, like, happily cross-legged, just relaxed, you know, like the no care in the world. This is normal for him. He's being an asshole, and his tone is very aggressive, but his body language just says this is a normal Tuesday for him. He's smoking a cigar, like less than 2 feet from his very pregnant wife. Let's continue. This whole, like, the entire, like, story of this is a ridiculous concept anyway.
How about you first? Hillary, how do you respect the man? Yeah. How do you man? How do you man? Receive love and respect. No. How do you man? No, you're not taking love.
How do you respect men is the question that he's at. I don't even, like, this is incoherent.
You're not taking the car. You are not.
Then I will ask someone to pick me up. Would you like me to ask?
Oh, that's right.
It's not a threat, Steven.
I will ask someone to pick me up to go do the grocery shopping because you won't let me use the car. Is that a threat? Get an Uber. Get it an Uber. Okay, Steven, I can't. Like, for incredibly awful way to treat your wife or literally anybody, let alone your very pregnant wife. This is abuse. This is domestic abuse.
Okay, Stephen, I can't ask someone to pick me up. Would you like me to ask?
Oh, that's right.
It's not a threat, Stephen.
Get an Uber.
The issue isn't the groceries. The issue is he wants to control her, and this is him getting a kick out of it. Making her have to jump through hoops gives him joy. This is the type of conservative man that I talk about when I'm like, these are the types of conservative men that are like, these are the demons, right? The people that go out and do what I do from the right, being like a right-wing live streamer or a right-wing political commentator, requires you to be a literal demon. You cannot have a soul. And so, but these are the people that are pushing the messaging that a lot of young men are listening to. That's my point. You know, this guy's an asshole, and all of you are aware of this. But there are children watching this guy's show. He has a show. He has one of, if you go on Spotify and look at the podcast section, 9 of the top 10 podcasts are all right-winger, like politics podcasts. One of which is like Steven Crowder.
I can't.
Or Matt Walsh and all of these people.
Feeling some constraints?
Stephen.
Like, I can't
Stephen.
go. Listen to me. Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't be home. You're going to take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think of how boxing.
Okay, so she wants to take the car and go get groceries. And his response is, my dog died, my cat died, I have cancer, my bones are glass, I'm lonely, I can't go see my friends, my cigar's almost done, I don't have a beer, I'm stuck, you're imprisoning me in this house. First of all, fucking Steven Crowder, go buy a second car. You're wealthy, you dipshit. But on top of this, it's fucking groceries. If you were a real man would go with his pregnant wife and help her do the goddamn grocery shopping, not send a woman who's so pregnant that like literally like her stomach is popping out from her shirt to go do the grocery shopping alone, and then you whinge about the fact that you don't want her to have the car. It is genuinely pathetic. Every single one of these right-wing alpha males is like the weakest, most pathetic, insecure little like incel dipshit in the world. People like this are the blight of humanity. Almost every social problem that we talk about comes from assholes like this getting to share their opinion openly and proudly online. Yeah, please, like, make sure, like, if you guys have kids, whether they're a son or a daughter, monitor their social media use, but have a conversation with them. Like, genuinely, sit them down and say, listen, I'm sure you know a lot about this already. Like, you're on social media. With the current climate of how things have been, there is a lot of misinformation around. I would like to us sit together and we can go through our, like, each other's social media feeds, and we can talk about things, and we can maybe find channels that are lies, do some critical thinking, do some introspection, ask questions, like go through the feeds of your kids and help them come to the conclusion of, oh, I should block this account. Oh, I shouldn't follow this person. Oh, you follow this person. I like that. I'll follow them too. That's a method that you should be using if you have children right now. But also, do this with your friends and family. Just genuinely. It does not take very long for you to become like radical. J.D. Vance 3 years ago was not a Nazi. He's a Nazi today, though. It happens like that. Talk to your friends and your family. Do exactly what I said. Yo, like, let's do it together. Make it an activity. And make sure, you know. And if your friends are too far gone, I'm sorry, but it's kind of too far gone. But, you know, you should at least try. He claims that if she uses the car, he won't be able to visit people with the car while she's gone. There was never an issue. He's not even able to make up a coherent lie to claim an issue. Literally, yes, that is the thing. It's not about the issue. It's not about whether or not he needs the car. It's just that he wants to he just wants to inconvenience her. Again, if he actually cared, would he be sitting the way he is, smoking like his cigar? I know body language analysis can only get you so far, but like I believe in it just maybe it's my autism, maybe it's because I really like psychology and sociology and understand like the dynamics of how people behave. And also I've had a lot of trauma. I've lived in very traumatic situations. I've lived with people like this, so I know the behaviors. And this is just for pleasure. He's doing this for joy and no other reason.
You've made me.
What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're
Literally exactly what you said, Bulletproof Bullet.
You need to pick up. I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either. Do you understand the difference between my life being set to the second and you going, I'll be back when I'm back?
Steven.
And making it work.
Literally, yes, even the dog is suffering. Just to say, like,
Do you understand the difference between my life being set?
Do you understand the difference between my life being set to the second and you're going? As in, like, literally, you're fucking Steven Crowder. You have millions of dollars. You should get an Uber or buy another car. Again, a real man would not send his pregnant wife out to do grocery shopping on her own when she's this pregnant. You would go with her. It's not a weak man. This is a misogynist. These are the people who view women as property. They don't view women as people. He doesn't think that she is a person. That's property to him. She, in his mind, he should own her, which is what they want to do, by the way. That's the reason they want to get rid of no-fault divorce. They want to bring us back to that level. Call an Uber and buy that car, even literally. Like, it's not like this is just a random person. This is a right-wing influencer grifter making millions of dollars.
To the second and you're going, I'll be back when I'm back. And making it work.
This is old, you know, it's like a year old, but
The only way out of it is discipline and respect. It's the only way out of it, or we're at an impasse.
We are at an impasse.
we're at an impasse because you lack discipline and you don't respect me.
Because you can't have any discipline or respect. Yeah. There you go. You throw your hand, you give up so easily.
I don't give up, Steven.
You give up so easily. I just said the only way.
Literal gaslighting, first of all, but like, this is just textbook abuse. Well, she did, but he is now one of like the leading people in charge of getting rid of no-fault divorce so that can't happen again. Which they're going to do. They're going to get rid of that very, very quickly. As soon, might be like day one, because that's like executive order thing that they can do. I don't think you even need to go through Congress to do that.
Steven, no,
Let me see.
Okay? I love you, but Steven, your abuse is sick. Your abuse
Watch it.
is sick.
Watch it.
Watch it.
Fucking watch it.
Like literally, it's like he's talking to the dog. He's literally speaking to his wife the way that he would speak to a dog. And this is what I mean. These people don't view women as human. They're property to them. This is why they want voting rights taken away. This is why they want like lack of, they don't care. They don't care. They like when before the election, when there was all the memes of like, oh, they want the Handmaid's Tale. And you know, even I said that a couple times. You know, that's not like all that big of an exaggeration. And there was plenty of right-wing assholes like this one. I'm not sure if it was exactly him, but one of them literally saying, oh yeah, no, that's exactly what we want. We want the Handmaid's Tale. So, you know.
Fucking watch it.
I'm gonna let go. I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space. We need to just stop engaging for a little bit.
Oh, he would think the same of his mother. They're like, this is the brain of like a mentally ill, this is mental illness. This is mental illness. This level of self-absorbed, narcissistic control over others, I would consider mental illness. I can't like define it as something, but there has to be, you know, like at the very least, the way that I refer to these people is demons, because I say that they're not human the way we're human. Not to dehumanize the right, but what I mean is we have a soul, and that's like, and I don't mean a soul like spiritually. I don't believe in God. I mean, we have the ability to have empathy, to look at another person, to view their suffering from the perspective of us and feel it, to want to help. People like Steven Crowder don't have empathy. They like, and it's not like not having empathy isn't what makes you not human. It's not having empathy and not caring or trying to behave in a way that is kind to others. Like, he both doesn't have the ability, nor does he want the ability, which is what makes him a demon. He enjoys the suffering of others. Who cares about this D-bag though? Well, no, I understand why this D-bag is unimportant, VFro, but we came into this by talking about why why young people are shifting to the right. And so this is about the types of people, like the content creators that they watch, because all of this came from us reading this Pew Research article about how most Americans get their news from. And I do need more fans. I would very much enjoy that. So, like, again, if most Americans, especially young people, because we started off with 18 to 29, which is a age bracket that went much further to the right, are getting their news from online influencers, like, for example, this guy, but Aiden Ross, Andrew Tate, like looking at just Elon Musk's tweets, there's very clear indicators of why they become further right, and also why misogyny grows even more so. Like people like Nick Fuentes with the Your Body, My Choice. Nick Fuentes gained a lot of viewers after that. That's a lot of young men that are learning to be this way because that is really awful, Art. I'm really sorry. Fuck, man, you need to get out of your house, like, for real, for real. No empathy, to me, does equate to no humanity, but it has to be a lack of empathy with a lack of any effort of positive engagement. It's like a full psychopath, you know? Someone who wants to hurt you and will not feel bad about it and will enjoy it, and then will do it again and again and again. He could be awesome and say, let's go together. Well, that's what I've been saying. A real man would help his pregnant wife go get groceries, not yell at her about the car. Formal people are Machiavellian and lack deep empathy these days, especially when it comes to content creators. Well, yeah, you're correct, VFro. You're absolutely correct. And this lack of empathy and this Machiavellian mindset is something that we create. It is a foundation that is built. The combat veteran, I've seen the West at its worst. We are Nazi Germany, right? Thank you. I've been saying it for a fucking long time. We are absolute, down to the reason people voted for Donald Trump. Again, like I showed this graph yesterday, and I'll show it one more time. Whoopsie, wrong source document. Again, I got too many. Hitler. Give me the source that has Hitler in it. Here we go. Why did people vote for Hitler? Well, this is why. They find nothing unique about the Nazis' rise to power. Germans, like many other nationalities at many other times, voted according to what they perceived as their economic self-interest. The literal same reason that people voted for Donald Trump. It was not like any... Again, he didn't win a landslide. If Kamala Harris got 100,000 more votes in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, she would have won the election. It wasn't a landslide. It wasn't that all these extra people showed up. He lost 5 million votes to 2016, gained from last time. But it's that the Democrats didn't show up because Democrats didn't run economic populism. Not like they've been Nazis for a long ass time. What was his name? Stephen Miller is literally Goebbels. So, you know. But again, we're gonna finish this video. I know this is suffering, and I don't do this because I want you guys to suffer. I do this so I want this to stick in your head. Make sure your friends and family are not watching content like this.
Okay, I love you. I love you.
By the way, most fascists are weirdos and like failures. Trump wanted to be a fucking like actor and failed, and so now he's a fascist.
Very much.
I don't love you.
I've talked about the base of fascism.
You, and the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, you just be disciplined about it. You go, no, but I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I'll give more than life itself. That's not fair.
Okay, so multiple tactics being used here. A, first off, we go all the way back. There is in a debate, you would call this is a variant of what would be like a Gish Gallop. The fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, that's listing like several different things that you now have to answer to. Now, he didn't list specific things, which would be a proper Gish Gallop, which would require her to respond to each and every one of them. This is a debate tactic in which there is no right answer, because as soon as you respond to the first one, they'll just continue on. No, why are you ignoring this? And why are you ignoring that? Put on some gloves.
You want life itself? Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I'll give more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary, you're right.
Oh, okay. She asked him to put on gloves, probably because something to do with, you know, her being pregnant, and he said no. And her response was, "Come on, like, I love you. Like, please just put on the gloves." And this is what he turns it. Again, like, I have been in her situation. This is textbook, but this is what most young men are listening to, a variant of this. And whether it's politics or not, this is in gaming culture, this is in comics culture, this is all over workout culture, diet culture, fashion. The only fashion culture that isn't based in this is just like Die Workwear, who's based, by the way, and you should follow him.
Become someone who's unique, day in and day out, worthy of a life worth. No, not as a wife.
Oh, you have to prove your worth to me.
Hillary, come on now.
I'm not gonna engage anymore. I'm gonna go, I'll get text me what you need, I'll get you what you need. I love you. I'm committed to you.
Put on some gloves. Are you committed?
Like, literally the aggressive stance there, the way he sat up here. Let me play that again by turning myself off. This is I will not allow you to leave this fight.
Put on some gloves.
You guys can tell, right? Like, that shift in body language. No, this is him sober, I think. That shift in body language is absolute aggression.
Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm not trying to.
Are you committed enough to do those things? You're not committed to anything. You're not committed to...
Oh, okay. The gloves, he's complaining about her not being able to do some cleaning because of the chemicals being bad for the baby. And his response is just put on gloves. And she won't do that because she's aware that the gloves won't protect her from inhaling the fumes. But he doesn't care and he's an idiot. And so that's what this is.
Anything. You just said I love you, I'm committed to you. Walk the dogs, put on some gloves.
He literally just grabbed her.
Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things?
Piece of shit. So yeah, sorry to make you guys endure that, but that's what young men are learning. And also, true, by the way, yeah, there's only like 2 million vote difference between Trump and Kamala right now. Again, Trump is down from 2016. She did divorce him. She divorced him. It's just like, this is pretty common. And very soon you will not be able to divorce someone for that. Again, very sorry to hear that, Lord Fluffy Art. That's pretty awful, actually. What else do we have here? I got a couple different things we can talk about. Let's jump to just like a neutral topic for a second. This is interesting. Not super politic related. I mean, it always is. Everything's politics, and this is AI, but... Well, he's up from 2020, but he's down from 2016. He got 80 million... No, but wait, hold on. How many votes did you get? Am I confusing this? Am I thinking... No, I might be confusing Joe Biden's vote count. Election results. So Trump would be up then from 2016 as well. Yeah, no, never mind. Sorry, he is up. He's up. But again, the election wasn't decided by more people showing up to vote for Trump. It was decided by people not showing up for Kamala. Oh, and by the way, conservative U.S. lawmakers are pushing for an end to no-fault divorce. Louisiana, Oklahoma, Nebraska, and Texas, they will be doing this in all 50 states very quickly.
It's not just you. Capture the online test to tell whether...
Wait. We were gonna watch The Daily Show. Shit. I promised you guys we would do this. So we're gonna do this instead. And how do I do this without ending stream? Because I'm also on YouTube. I could just end YouTube stream. Alright, I'm gonna end YouTube stream now so that we could watch The Daily